Good morning and welcome to the April IFC. It is a long agenda. I thank you for your patience for the late start, members. You do have an order for lunch on your desk. We may be here for dinner, so just be prepared, and I'm telling you now so you don't get mad at me later. Love ya. Committee Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Senator Cannizzaro.
Here.
Senator Goycochea.
Present.
Senator Harris.
Here.
Senator Neal.
Here.
Senator Nguyen.
Here.
Senator Stone for Senator Severs-Gansert.
Here.
Senator Titus.
Still here.
Vice Chair Dondero Loop.
Here.
Assemblywoman Anderson.
Present.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Present.
Assemblywoman Brown May.
Here.
Assemblywoman Dickman.
Here.
Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Here.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Here.
Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Here.
Assemblywoman Kasama. Assemblywoman Mosca.
Here.
Assemblyman O'Neill.
Here.
Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong for Assemblywoman Peters.
Present.
Assemblyman Watts.
Here.
Assemblyman Yeager.
Here.
And Chair Monroe Moreno.
And I am here. If you will please mark Assemblywoman Kasama as excused. The next item on our agenda will be public comment. If you'd like to make public comment and you're watching us and like to call in, the number for today is 669-900-6833. The meeting ID is 829-8971-6267, and then please press pound. If you would like to make public comment and you're here in Las Vegas, take up all the seats here in this audience. If you are in Carson City, I invite you to the table there. I'll remind everyone to turn on the mic, state and spell your name for the record. You only have 2 minutes and we will be timing you. I know there's a number of people here in Las Vegas for public comment. I didn't get to see the entire audience there in Carson City, but there appears to be a number of people there in Carson City. So we'll go to Carson City first, and then we'll come to Las Vegas, and then we will go to our phone lines. So if we'd like to go ahead and start in Carson City, remember to turn your mic on, state your name for the record, spell your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the IFC Committee. I am Jill Tolles, the Executive Director of the Gwynn Center. That's JILLTOLLES. And I wanted to personally thank you and give you a brief update of the Gwynn Center. For those of you who are not familiar with us, we were founded by a bipartisan group of Nevadans in 2013 who sought to advance new policy choices based on sound research, sensible and pragmatic thinking and bold ideas. And then we affiliated with the University of Nevada, Reno in 2021 and have partnerships with NSHE across the state. Today, we have a team of 9 employees, I'm excited to announce. Our research director, Mike Stewart, who you knew as the former research director for LCB. Our assistant director, Christine Callagher. We have 3 policy directors, Meredith Levine, who you met in the last meeting, our director of economic and fiscal policy, who has the longest tenure with the Gwynn Center of 7.5 years. And then in December of last year, we brought on Dr. Anna Colquitt, our director of education policy, and I'm excited to tease you with the fact that on Monday we are going to be announcing our new Director of Health and Social Policy. Also, in order to do our work, we partner with NSHE faculty, graduate students, interns. We have 2 Boyd Law School externs and subject matter experts, and a diverse advisory council to peer review our work. I want to leave you with the assurance that the Gwynn Center is not here to take one side or the other, but to lay out all the relevant facts and present the best nonpartisan, data-driven, and evidence-based research to better inform the public and policy decisions in our state. And the whole Gwynn Center team is dedicated to this mission and grateful to be a resource to you on behalf of the work you do for all Nevadans. And I just want to say thank you for everything that you do in our state.
Thank you so much. And members, I'll remind you that item Q on our agenda is an informational update from the Gwynn Center. We'll go to the next person for public comment.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Interim Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Allison Genko, spelled ALLISONGENCO, and I'm the Director of Nevada Government Relations for Dignity Health St. Rose Dominican Hospitals. I'm here today to testify in support of work programs L42 through 49 related to funds to support transforming children's behavioral health care in Nevada. Several of the work programs include allocations for children's behavioral health from the Hospital Provider Tax Program, which was the intent of SB 435 from the 2023 session, and we are pleased to see this program begin to move forward. We want to thank the Governor and the Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy for their efforts on this work, and we look forward to seeing its approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Monroe Moreno, members of the committee, Blaine Osborne, Nevada Rural Hospital Partners, for the record. First, I want to really echo Ms. Jenko's comments on those items from Medicaid. Really appreciate the support of Medicaid Administrator Stacey Weeks and her whole team, as well as the Governor's Office, in working together to put these items up for consideration. I would also like to thank all of the private hospitals in the state for voting to support the private hospital provider fee program, and for all of you for supporting Senate Bill 435 last legislative session, allowing the use of these dollars to go to support these critical mental health and behavioral health services. Secondly, I really just want to take a second to say thank you for the items on list K, 1 through 3, and also would very much appreciate your continued support for the nursing apprenticeship program in the state of Nevada. Since its inception, NRHP has administered the nursing apprenticeship program, and now we have trained more than 670 nursing students in the state, and this has contributed to the direct hiring of more than 165 new nurses in Nevada. So appreciate your support on those items. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Karen Gedney, Gedney, and I am in support for the item O on the agenda for the Nevada Department of Corrections. I was the physician for the prison system for 30 years. I want to share what I learned about the positive impact of health and wellness programs for the incarcerated. I could go into depth about specific programs that I saw that were involved in my 30 years, but many of those programs no longer exist. What I want to share today is what impact it had on the incarcerated and for those who were responsible for them, i.e. custody officers. Prisons that are only interested in security, keeping costs down, and punishment to control human behavior not only do not work, they make everything worse and more costly for individuals on both sides of the fence line. Giving them more expensive medications to affect their health and behavior is not the answer. The answer is to address what makes them sick and miserable. Humans need the basics: decent nutrition, living conditions, good social connections, purpose, hope, work, activities, programs where they can learn to deal with their anger, stress, depression, addictions, relationship issues, etc. They also need the opportunity to give back. I saw some of the most amazing transformations that were positive when the incarcerated were able to become involved in programs and had agency in helping and mentoring others. I also saw the impact on staff when they became involved in programs where they saw less violence, better behavior, and positive interactions with those they were responsible for. It instilled in staff their purpose was greater than just security and punishment. I know for myself that if I just treated medical problems and hadn't become involved in supporting, developing, and teaching in programs as a volunteer, I never would have lasted 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Jake Matthews, and I'm the Government Affairs Manager with the Children's Advocacy Alliance of Nevada. The Children's Advocacy Alliance is a nonpartisan, independent nonprofit organization. We aim to cultivate public policy that allows every child in Nevada to thrive. Currently, Nevada's youth are experiencing some of the highest rates of mental illness in the country, yet have the lowest rates of access to care. It is imperative that we address these disparities facing children and families in the state. We have significant concerns about the deobligation of over $8 million in ARPA funds for children's mental health, especially because this was due largely to the inability to recruit and retain positions. While we recognize that this was necessary, given that the funds needed to be utilized within a certain time frame, this further reinforces the need to better invest in mental health infrastructure and workforce in the state. We're in strong support of the new $200 million investment of Medicaid funding to expand children's behavioral health made possible by SB 435 from last legislative session. The expansion of these programs will help to ensure that children and families are able to access much-needed community-based mental health resources. Additionally, we are supportive of item L60 to provide free and reduced meals to eligible children during the months they are not in school. The Summer Meals Program is one of the most successful nutrition programs in the state. With 1 in 6 Nevada children residing in a food-insecure household, families who depend on free and reduced school meals need the assurance that their child has access to food during the summer months. We urge the continued funding of this program to provide support to over 350,000 eligible children and families. We are grateful to the Interim Finance Committee for considering these important program expansions and funding. While these investments will go a long way in addressing the needs of the children in the state, we recognize there is more work to be done to ensure that all Nevada children and families have an opportunity to thrive. CAA looks forward to continuing to engage with our coalition partners and policymakers.
Mr. Matthews, you've passed your 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
If you could submit the rest of your statement in writing, we'd appreciate that. Next person.
Good morning. My name is Chad Venters, Venters, and I am the Employee Development Manager for the Nevada Department of Corrections. I'm here today to speak on behalf of NDOC's Peer Support and Wellness Program for our staff. In employee development, we help prepare our cadets for the future that they have as public servants in the NDOC. When we hit them with the realities that the average life expectancy of a corrections officer is 59 years old, as a national average, and that they will face PTSD and suicidal ideation comparable to that of combat veterans, we have very few resources that we can actually turn them to when it comes to how to cope with the realities of what life is like working inside of a prison. Peer support and wellness is a remarkable tool for us to combat this, particularly because our staff need people who have a cultural competency of what goes on behind the walls of a prison. This is something that most people have no clue of when it comes to the general public. With this suffering that our staff face, we have an opportunity for healing and hope for these brave public servants. And I ask you to support the mental peer support wellness programs that are vital for us to have a healing and bright future for our corrections staff. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Foley, spelled Foley. I too am here to speak in favor of item O. I am a retired college faculty member who is a member also of Nevada Prison Education Project. And the reason I'm here is just to explain as an educator that you can't teach, whether it be a kindergartner, a high school student, a staff member, or an incarcerated person. You can't begin to teach and communicate unless the person has basic wellness in terms of physical health, mental health, and behavioral health. They need to be able to cooperate and be socially at ease. And I also want to say that I do know someone who is incarcerated at FMWCC, Florence McClure, and she's been there 7 years for a violent offense. And in those 7 years, she did have, about 5.5 years ago, one program that was anger management that was transformative for her. But in the meantime, the last 5 years, she's had no other programming despite being very eager to get some. And she has declined tremendously, sadly. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next person?
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name is Joaquin Webb. It's W-E-B-B. I'm here in support of item O on the agenda. I was a formerly incarcerated person. I spent 20 years in the NDOC, at which time those first 10 years were a lot of programs. We had many opportunities to better ourselves and really truly change our hearts and minds. And I also witnessed the decline of all the programs, at which time it leaves so many inmates, as you're aware, as the number of people, incarcerated persons that are in NDOC, it leads them to idle minds. And I feel it's a hugely important part of the rehabilitation in dropping the recidivism rate as well. I know I can speak to the staffing also. So many people that were encouraging, that were staffing, be it custody and non-custody both. I feel like it's an imperative part of that time you're away to make sure that we return to society in a positive outlook. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. See, we have one more person in Carson City. We'll finish up in Carson City with that person, then come to Las Vegas.
There we go. Good morning.
Okay.
I'm talking in support of the peer support program, agenda item O, I believe. My name is Miles Etcheberry. That's MyLESETCHEBERRY. I've worked for the Department of Corrections for 13 years. In that time, I've been an officer at Lovelock Correctional Center. I've worked both day and night shift and been assigned to most of the posts we have available there. I've been involved with training of new officers, recertification of existing staff. I'm a member and steward with my union, the Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge 21, and was a member of AFSCME before that. I enjoy my job, my position, my standing, and my friends that work this field. I've also found myself the victim of assault. I've experienced PTSD after traumatic situations. I've seen my coworkers be the victims of assault. I've witnessed my coworkers, my friends, people that trust me, die in the line of duty. I performed CPR, I've applied tourniquets, I've been in situations where everything that could be done was done and felt helpless and frustrated trying to do more. I've lost sleep, I've second-guessed myself, my actions, I've been depressed and conflicted about my place in corrections, the mission, the plan. I've been distant from family and friends thinking they just wouldn't understand. I'm one of many officers that put on this uniform and go to work thinking, I hope it's an easy day. I'm one of many that experience these type of incidents on a regular basis. One of many that carry for years the memories and scars of an incident that lasted seconds. I'm here today to show support for the peer support program. I feel if there was someone to talk to that didn't require an appointment, someone in my line of work that would get it, someone who would just listen, we would all be healthier for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming here to Las Vegas, we'll start on my right.
Good morning. My name is Paul Lunkwitz, PAULLUNKWITZ. I am the president of FOP Nevada CO Lodge 21, who represents correctional officers and forensic specialists in Nevada. Members of the IFC, I humbly come before you today not to be the voice of our officers, but to amplify the voice of our officers. We are not okay. Those who are here with us today and those that can no longer speak to you from the grave, we have suffered in silence with no one to turn to. Our brothers and sisters have given into depression, substance abuse, and ultimately suicide. Imagine that you work in a career with the daily unspeakable atrocities. Imagine that you eventually accept this as your normal, dealing with human beings inflicting physical and mental carnage upon other human beings. taking lives, torturing others with rape, or attacking your family of officers with weapons. Now imagine leaving your workplace and trying to unsee those horrors. Who would you talk to about that? Would you explain these things to your kids? Would you walk through the graphic details to your wife or husband? I know. You could bring it up to your church friends, right? Yeah, they'll understand. No, you wouldn't. You would not inflict those traumas that you have endured on others. You would shield them from these horrific incidents and carry that baggage around inside your brain. On this psychological battleground, we have no allies. We turn to self-medication or other self-destructive behaviors. We don't have to be this way. Peer support and crisis response are the most effective programs that officers have in the U.S. today. We desperately need a safe place where trust is not an issue, where we know the person we are talking to has experienced traumas like we have. Please vote to support the agenda item O with respect to the reallocation of funds to fund the peer support crisis response program for NDOC officers. You could be the difference between officers choosing life or death. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is David Moody. I'm the local Las Vegas Lodge 1 Fraternal Order Police President, also the Nevada State President, and I'm on the National Trustee Board representing over 473,000 law enforcement officers across the country. We are in support of O for the same purposes that have already been brought up. The majority of our community cannot deal with what law enforcement and corrections officers see on a daily basis. They don't understand it, and we need people that can hear what they're going through, because the best way to get through a situation is to be able to talk to someone, and talk to someone who has an understanding of it. I've put in my career from the late 70s all the way up until I retired, and that's over 33 years in law enforcement. I've seen things that the community should never have to see, and it's a tragedy, and they need people that they can discuss it with to get that off their chest so they can cooperate and be able to take care of the people that they're in charge of, such as the prisoners in the detention centers, as well as the people at their home, their family, their kids. It's tough to deal with if you don't have some way to lighten that burden. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the IFC. My name is Troyce, Troyce, Krumie, Krumme. I'm the current chairman of the Las Vegas Police Managers and Supervisors Association. We are here to support item O on your current agenda. With the heightened awareness of the importance and taking care of our mental health, particularly in the law enforcement community, our brothers and sisters in the state corrections deserve a peer support program. The data shows, and I can show you from experience local here at Metro, that these programs help, and setting up this program will be a step in the right direction. For this reason, the LVPMSA supports this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Joanna Jacob, JACOB, no S, on behalf of Clark County, in support of the Medicaid items, item L42 to 50 before you today. I'd like to thank the Governor's Office, Director Whitley, and Medicaid Administrator Stacey Weeks for working with us. This has been a longstanding collaborative effort to invest in children's behavioral health. The services that will be funded today are key preventative services that Clark County has supported, and we were here before you last interim when this committee made a historic investment in ARPA funding. I want to point out today that many of the services that are before you in the Medicaid package, this is a way to sustain the funding and continue those services. And we are also in support of the use of some of this funding for the staffing that the state needs to do this type of policy change. There are many more items that are going to come to this committee in the months ahead. I know that this is the first step in a really historic investment. We see it as a benefit. It will help our foster care kids and the kids that we serve with serious emotional disturbance. And so for that reason, we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Interim Finance Committee. My name is Sarah Adler. I am with Silver State Government Relations, and I am very excited to be with you today on behalf of Agenda Item K21. I am a longtime consultant to Vitality Unlimited, which is a Nevada nonprofit that has been serving rural and northern Nevada for its mental health and substance use disorder treatment needs for more than 50 years. We greatly appreciate Senator Gocochea and Governor Lombardo, who has recommended a $3 million award of, let's call them ARPA funds, to enable Vitality Unlimited to establish a permanent campus to provide treatment for SUD and mental health care. The genesis of this request, Vitality has been operating very successfully within Carson City's Health and Human Services building since 2012 at Carson City's request, but they need that space back. So in order to continue to serve Carson City, the Sheriff's Office, alternative sentencing, the mental health courts there, and similarly in Washoe County, Vitality needs a new permanent location. I have previously provided you with information on the range of clientele that Vitality serves. Approximately 35% of them are justice involved, and Vitality takes the responsibility to get those folks enrolled in Medicaid so that we're moving costs from courts and jail systems to Medicaid. I will be the project manager for this project, and I assure you, we are acutely aware of the obligation and expenditure rules and timeframes, and we will not miss the mark. I would greatly appreciate your support and best wishes on a very important day from all the things that are before you. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Chair, members of the committee, my name is Jonathan Norman, Norman. I represent the Nevada Coalition of Legal Service Providers. Between Northern Nevada Legal Aid and Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada, we represent about 3,600 kids in foster care, many of them having the most acute mental health needs of children in our community. So we're excited to support the agenda items in L brought forth by the Healthcare Financing and Policy group. I think it's agenda items 42 through 49. I think this is a continuation of some of the investments we've made as a community and that this legislature has approved in the past. And I also wanted to mention L60, which ensures that kids who are food insecure, which is 1 in 6 kids in Nevada, are able to get food during the summer. So we're in support of that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jeanette Savon it's SIVON-FORE. I am a psychiatric nurse for the state of Nevada. There are very many topics that are important for me here today, but I am here specifically to speak for item O for the Department of Corrections. I do have a loved one who's been incarcerated for 30 years over in Lovelock. There was a lot of programming that was involved for them, keeping a lot of people out of trouble. You know, the idle hands do the devil's work. There hasn't been much for 5 years. So increasing funding for the Department of Corrections is very important for me because I have a loved one, and I also have friends that also have worked for the Department of Corrections. And working in mental health and seeing all that they go through on both sides, it's very, very important that we increase this funding to keep the people that we have going strong and to keep our loved ones safe. Because if we can support the staff who works for us and work on their mental health and everything else, it will keep all of our incarcerated people also healthy and mentally fit. So bringing back that funding so we can provide the necessary tools for the workers to be safe and provide programming for our offenders that are currently incarcerated is very important to me and very important to the state of Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, committee. For the record, my name is Andy Bischel, B-I-S-C-H-E-L, Chief Executive Officer of the Boys and Girls Club of Southern Nevada. I am testifying today in support of the Governor's Office Work Program item line number 22. Joining me today in the room are my colleagues Mike Worm, Autumn Boyle Robinson, the Boys and Girls Club of Colorado River, Noel Hart of the Nevada Alliance for Boys and Girls Club, and Rusty Barr with the Boys and Girls Club of Elko. During and post-pandemic, Boys and Girls Club throughout Nevada have consistently supported hardworking Nevadans and specifically address the pressing childcare needs by establishing 22 facilities now serving more than 26,000 youth in 78 sites statewide, expanding hours for transportation, homework, literacy programs, and children's mental health services. Clubs are first responders as communities recover. For example, my organization created a mental health department in partnership with the Division of Public Behavioral Health and UNLV to respond to the youth in crisis. Today, 6 staff members support an average of 100 youth per week. Despite our market growth and impact, more work remains as Nevada economy and population surges. Boys and Girls Club proposes expanding quality and affordable child care in our growing workforce with an ARPA capital investment. The funding will double the number of centers from 9 to 19, providing 1,036 children with quality daycare, physical and mental health enrichment, and kindergarten readiness activities. In Southern Nevada, the investment will mean substantial impact for East Las Vegas and Laughlin families. Of the proposed funds, 24% will stay in this region to create new facilities for infant, toddler, and preschool youth care. Thank you for consideration of this worthy investment and partnership for working families. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and Madam Vice Chair. For the record, my name is Mike Worm, W-U-R-M. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Boys and Girls Club of Truckee Meadows, and it's my pleasure to join you here today in Las Vegas. I'm testifying in support of the Governor's Office Work Program line item number 22. Joining me virtually in Carson City Meeting Room are my colleagues Travis Crowder from the Boys and Girls Club of Mason Valley, Brett Zanino from the Boys and Girls Clubs of Western Nevada, and Mindy Carbajal, Boys and Girls Clubs of North Lake Tahoe. As you heard from Mr. Bishel, the Boys and Girls Club statewide reach uniquely positions us to provide support for Nevada's workforce by filling a portion of the child care gap. Currently, Boys and Girls Clubs early learning centers are at capacity. Many have stopped maintaining waiting lists as the waiting list would be unrealistic for most, waiting time would be unrealistic for most families. At my organization, our 7 sites serve 450 children and a waiting list would easily reach hundreds of children if we continue to maintain them. Our centers are in demand because we are more than a safe space. We provide literacy, social emotional learning opportunities, healthy food, and family benefit enrollment. ARPA funding will provide the critical capital needed to bring 14 projects to fruition quickly. These projects are shovel-ready, and many are highly anticipated by sectors such as mining, charter schools, trade schools, and local government. By December 2024, we'll have 8 sites completed and 6 construction contracts underway. Together, these locations will provide 1,036 new child care seats, a game-changing economic driver for working parents. The additional child care seats also mean more kindergarten-ready youth. Boys and Girls Clubs is a recipient of a multi-year state literacy grant currently. As more sites open, literacy programming will expand alongside our enrichment programs. I appreciate your time and thoughtful consideration of our request and its far-reaching impact for Nevada families. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the committee et al. My name is Damon Schilling. I am the Government Relations Director for Intermountain Health, here to show our support for items L42 through 49. These funds will go towards much-needed programs here in Nevada. We are excited to see how we can participate and how we can help Nevada's youth improve in their mental health. And then as a side note, as a first responder of this community for 22 years, I am also here to support item O because I have experienced many traumas in my life, and I know that these gentlemen will, or these folks would improve their mental health by having those peer support groups as well as any other resources that you could make available. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Michael Thompson, Thompson. I'm an NDOC officer and the FOP Nevada CO Lodge 21 Vice President. I'm in full support of the relocation of funds for NDOC with regards to the peer support and wellness program. Our brothers and sisters need this program. They suffer greatly, and we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Hello, members of the Interim Finance Committee. My name is Robert Ashcraft, ASH, CRAFT. I'm a sergeant with the Nevada Department of Corrections at High Desert State Prison and co-creator and former vice president of FOP Lodge 21. I've been with the department for 25 years. I've been representing officers for over 16 years and have built up a trust with these officers. I've had hundreds of officers come to me with many, many different issues. I've watched and been a part of, I've watched and assisted officers that have been involved in uses of force with death and witnessing anxiety, fear, and injustice that was done against them. I've assisted them in the struggle of not only that someone has died, but the possibility of going to prison. I've assisted officers that were assaulted by offenders that not only do they have to deal with it, what happened, they also have to return that hostile work environment. Okay, there's many, many other things I could go into, but I know we're limited on time here. So we speak about PTSD in corrections and in any form of law enforcement, and the high rate of divorce and suicide. But we do nothing to assist the officers that protect you day in and day out. I do understand there are other programs out there, but nobody understands what we go into every day and what we have to come out of and what we take home. I can personally say with firsthand experience that this is and has been needed badly, and no one can possibly know what we go through or have been going through. But with this, we need the necessary training. It is time to start protecting those of us that protect you every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Taylor Pariga, P-A-R-Y-G-A. I'm in support of Agenda Item O with respect to the peer support program for NDOC. I've been a correctional officer at High Desert State Prison for the last 8 years. To begin, I'd like you to take a moment to think about what comes to mind when you hear someone that says they work in a prison. Some of those reasons you come up with are a lot of the reasons why our corrections staff need more mental health support. Every day, we come to our facilities in our uniforms, duty belts, with our duty belts, handcuffs, OC spray, batons, stab vests, preparing for the absolute worst, but hoping for the best. We go in not knowing if we're going to go home at the end of our shift. If today is the day an inmate decides to try and kill us. If we'll ever see our significant others, children, and families ever again. And if we do go home, what kind of thoughts and feelings follow us that also impacts our families and friends. We experience involuntary memories of various incidents, including a gruesome, blood-spattered tear after rival gangs attack each other with makeshift weapons, an inmate death where corrections staff had to perform CPR, unfortunately to no avail, 2 officers having to be rushed to the nearest hospital, which is 30 minutes away, for severe drug exposure while conducting a cell search. 4 separate incidents of officer assaults by inmates, one of which was an attempted stabbing. By the way, all of these examples occurred at my institution of High Desert State Prison, and were all only in the month of March. Now imagine having to process all of these situations completely by yourself over and over again, and being expected to go back to business as usual with no additional support for 20 plus years. The demons we carry through our careers can cause a number of disastrous consequences, such as stress-induced medical conditions like high blood pressure, also increase in alcoholism, PTSD, and tragically in some cases, suicide. Me personally, I would feel more comfortable talking to fellow corrections staff that have worked beside me, can truly relate to these experiences. You don't want to scare your family with your stories and make them worry about you even more. So we don't talk to anyone because we don't have anyone. We suffer in silence as we are the forgotten members of law enforcement. I'm here today asking for you to please help us so we can help ourselves, because we are not okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Michael Adams, and I'm in support of item O. I am an FOP steward and a senior correctional officer. I have been with the Nevada Department of Corrections for approximately 15 years. I have seen a lot of good officers pass away from health issues caused by stress from the environment of corrections. I live in Ely, Nevada, a very isolated rural town. We find it extremely difficult to meet the psychological needs of our officers. The lack of providers, the pressure of the rural town, such as being strong in one's own and finding healthy, positive outlets, are some of the issues we face living in a rural community. Sure, there is the Employee Assistance Program, but it does not meet the needs that a peer support program can offer. Trust is a very key component in seeking and getting valuable help. With a peer support program, officers can rely on their peers to trust and understand the difficulties officers deal with within the correctional environment. As correctional officers, we are faced with threats of violence and acts of violence almost daily. Not too long ago, there was a 2-on-1 assault in which a death occurred. The victim stabbed violently multiple times. Officers were utilizing their less than lethal tools to stop the attack. Those officers had feelings of guilt because they felt helpless in protecting the victim from death. Witnessing a violent act in which a death occurs is not a normal action that is seen every day. Yet, for correctional officers, that is something that cannot be avoided or unseen. We act to preserve life in a place that can easily take it. We need a healthy outlet to alleviate the stress and the emotional trauma that is endured. Creating and supporting a peer support program will not only benefit the Nevada Department of Corrections, but it will also benefit the officers and their families to have a better professional and personal life. Please give us an opportunity to have a safe place to obtain support and give support. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
How you doing? My name is Nathan Echeverria, ECHEVERRIA. I'm also an officer with NDOC, been around for 18 years and a trustee for FOP. As a lot of these guys have said, we've had a lot of officers come to us all the time asking for help, asking who do I talk to, who do I reach out to. They have concerns, they're scared to come back to work. But some of the things that don't get mentioned too much are the fact of when you take these things home. Like we all know the high rates of divorce and the issues of things we take home to people who don't understand. Like they said, we don't want to scare our loved ones. And it's an issue that you just bottle up and keep going with. On top of that, we have had many officers, multiples that I've known personally, who did commit suicide. Some are successful, and then sometimes even worse, the ones that aren't. And then they tragically not only lose their career, they can't work in their career anymore, but they're maimed for life, and they're still seeking some sort of help after a secondary tragedy because they couldn't get the help from the first tragedy. So it's not only trying to prevent people from doing things, but helping them so that they can make it through at the end as well. So it affects many people in many different ways. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and the members of the IFC here this morning. My name is Anna Binder, ANNA-BINDER. I want to take this opportunity to once again thank you all for prioritizing our educators and our staff raises during the 2023 legislative session and look forward to those continued conversations. I also appreciate your unwavering willingness to feed our children. And thank you as well for the work that this legislature has done to bring visibility and humanity to all Nevadans, especially as it relates to our behavioral mental health issues. I'm here today, though, as the wife of a member of RCO Lodge 21. My husband is on his 14th year with NDOC, and he is at High Desert State Prison. What you're hearing today from not just our union president, but his fellow employees and all of the camaraderie here today is just absolutely moving. I'm, as a wife, someone who has to deal with this when my husband comes home every day. When you guys see a news release saying there's been a staff assault, I'm the person that everyone is reaching out to going, oh my God, is that my spouse? Is that my partner? Is that my husband? And so obviously with the help of our union, we're some of the frontline people that bear the weight of that emotional support for our employees and their families. And unfortunately, as you've heard here today, I hear we say this all the time, one is too many. So when we lose one officer to suicide, and then you hear we lose another, the need for not just this peer support program, but obviously you guys are all aware of the needs in our great state to close the gaps between service providers and the need, not just for our children, our employees, our regular community members, our educators. I mean, right, the need is there, and that's something that the pandemic made very visible for all of us. And so I'm here, obviously, today to support that allocation. And thank you guys tremendously for all of the hard work that you do for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Kelly Quinn. I'm a correctional sergeant, also at High Desert State Prison. Been there for 17 years. Prior to that, I've had an EMS background of 14 years. And in the EMS environment, we had a peer support group, both northern and southern, and it worked very, very well. It's something that's lacking in the prison system and law enforcement in general. And I'm here in support of that, obviously, for the peer support group. Many of the items discussed here already and in your packets talk about the suicide rates, the turnover, the stigma of having to reach out. And even myself, I'm not going to reach out for that stigma because there's other things that go along with that down the road, having claimed mental health issues. So it's very difficult for officers to reach out. We can reach out to each other, though, and that's where this program comes into play. We need to be able to reach out. I wanted to talk also just a little bit about the turnover rates and the cost savings of that. Historically, at High Desert, we've had about a 48% turnover rate of our first-year officers. That alone is a huge cost. From the one-year point on, it's about 27% turnover rate. Still a huge cost savings if we can retain some of those officers. And I've personally seen officers respond to an inmate, and that's their last day of working. They quit, and they're done with it because they are exposed to that kind of trauma. So if we can retain some of those officers, it's going to bring the cost savings hugely. So that's some of the benefits I just wanted to point out as well, and in very strong support of expanding a peer support group.
Thank you. See no one else here in Las Vegas? We have one more coming up. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Leslie Quinn. I'm here to support Item O, the Peer Support Program. As the wife of a correctional sergeant at High Desert State Prison, I can only imagine what the officers and staff go through daily working with the incarcerated. When my husband leaves to work, we pray for his protection and safe return home and all the staff at High Desert State Prison. The work these officers do to keep us all safe definitely could use help keeping whole themselves. But please support and pass Item O, the Peer Support Program. Thank you. I want my husband to come home. Thank you.
Thank you. See no one else here, we will go to the phone lines. BPS, do we have anyone joining us by phone that would like to make public comment at this time?
To provide public comment, please press *9 now on your phone or raise hand on your Zoom window.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Kelly. I'm with the Nevada Hospital Association. I want to thank the Nevada Medicaid Administrator Weeks and our fantastic team for their great work in developing and administering the private hospital Medicaid provider fee program. The program was designed in part to help fund behavioral health programs in the state. We're happy to see on today's agenda one of the first steps in that direction. Nevada hospitals recognize the need for more behavioral health services in the state, and we're happy to be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Denise Bolaños, Denise Bolaños, and I'd like to express my strong support for item O of today's agenda. Access to educational, vocational training, mental health services, substance abuse treatment, and other supportive programs not only improve the well-being of incarcerated people, they also greatly contribute to safer working environments for the officers that work in these facilities. However, it's not enough to simply have more and better program options available. It's also important that we expand access to these programs to include individuals that have life sentences. Currently, they are excluded from participating in these programs. My husband was wrongfully convicted here in Nevada almost 13 years ago, and he's serving a life sentence. He's a testament to the flawed nature of our justice system, and his situation underscores not only the need for reform, but also the importance of providing opportunities for growth to all individuals, regardless of the length of their sentence, so that they can be prepared for life outside the walls if and when they have a second chance at freedom. As laws change, individuals with life sentences may indeed have that opportunity, and they should be prepared for successful reentry into society. By investing in addressing mental health issues, offering educational opportunities, and job training to people in prisons, we contribute to the safety and well-being of our communities upon their release. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hi, my name is Savannah Cortez, Cortez. I'm calling in reference to item O on the agenda. Although I would love to be there in person on behalf of my husband who's incarcerated in Ely State Prison, I can't, as I currently live in Australia. But that's a story for another time. Malcolm X said, "Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today." Do I believe that possibly one of the most important things that incarcerated individuals can do is programming? Most definitely. I want to see change in my husband. I want him to have the greater purpose behind those walls. I don't want boredom to consume him. With boredom comes trouble and problems. How can we expect to put these individuals, for some who have gotten into trouble and mischief their whole lives, put them all together in a bubble with nothing to do and expect them to leave better? Who are we kidding? If anything, they are learning to be better criminals, and that benefits absolutely no one. Not them, not their families, and definitely not the people in this community when they one day do get released. This is my husband's second time being incarcerated in the same prison with the same programs, or lack thereof. And I do believe the chances of him returning would be significantly less if he had the help needed and the tools to create the change that's needed within himself. There is only so much my husband will get from educating himself with the books I buy. But what about individuals who don't have access to these or whose families can't afford it? Is it fair that they are denied that opportunity? Why should someone's accessibility to education, programming, and vocational be diminished due to lack of funding? Can you really put a price on what these programs are going to do and the potential difference they can make? Ask yourself, do you want to see change? If the answer is yes, then we need to start preparing them today for a better tomorrow. This is why I am in support of reference item O.
Thank you. Next caller.
Doug Unger, D-O-U-G, U-N-G-E-R, UNLV Chapter President of the Nevada Faculty Alliance and a member of the Nevada Prison Education Program. We'd like to express our strong support for Agenda Item O and the exemption to establish reserve authority to receive funds awarded under the state Criminal Alien Assistance Program grant to expand programming, especially the peer support program. Thank you very much, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Caller, you are unmuted and may begin.
Good morning. My name is Nicole Williams. I'm an activist and board member with Return Strong and also have an incarcerated loved one. I am calling in support of item O. I'm here today advocating for the expansion of programming for all of the men and women that are currently housed in the Nevada Department of Corrections. Part of the work I do with Return Strong is scanning all the incoming mail, and we receive hundreds of letters monthly regarding the lack of programming, especially for mental health and addiction.
People are pleading and begging for help, and the Nevada Department of Corrections has little to none rehabilitation or mental health programs. I'm going to share with you pieces of some of the letters we've received. Enclosed, you'll notice 11 kites between myself and your staff regarding my need for help with the disease of addiction and mental health issues. Please take note of the dates and responses. They span an almost 4-year period, and all of the responses reveal that this administration is failing in the care of its inmates. I suffer from PTSD and have a traumatic brain injury. Not once have my issues been addressed, only by way of psych meds for sleeping. So I self-medicate to cope. Your institution's staff have the manpower to discipline and punish, but no manpower to help those of us that need help. I have 11 notices of charges regarding conspiracy for drugs, but no help. I'm at a breaking point, and it shouldn't be this way. For individuals like myself who have the unfortunate burden of dealing with the disease of addiction, there's no help. I'm at a point in my life where I do want to change, but I can honestly say I need help. Myself, as well as others, will tell you they'd rather go home a better man than when they came to prison. A change has to be made. These unethical practices are creating a dangerous environment for not just those of us with mental health or addiction issues, but also for your staff that have a right to expect to do their jobs and return home safely. Once again, I am in support of item O. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the Interim Finance Committee. My name is Esther Quillici, ESTERQUILICI, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Vitality Unlimited. Vitality Unlimited has been a Nevada nonprofit working in addiction and mental health treatment for over 53 years. We are honored that Governor Lombardo has put forward to you Project K21 on your agenda. We want to express our deep appreciation to our Senator Pete Gobachia, for his support of our request. We have been operating an ASAM Level 3.5 co-occurring residential treatment center within Carson City's Health and Human Services building since 2012, but the city has asked us to relocate as it needs the space we occupy. We also greatly appreciate Carson City's commitment of $500,000 of their ARPA funds to assist us in establishing a new location. We are prepared to incur additional debt ourselves to complete the project. We take great pride in the work that we do at our treatment centers and our CCBHCs. We take great pride in the partnership we have with Carson City, with Carson City's Sheriff's Office and court system, and with the Washoe County Sheriff's Office and court system. We feel very strongly that an important aspect of the work we do as addiction treatment and mental health clinicians is returning challenged individuals to their families and to the workforce. We respectfully request and deeply appreciate your support of our project. Thank you for all of the work you do to support the health and mental health of Nevadans.
Thank you. Next caller.
If you have recently joined the call and would like to provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hello, my name is Nancy Farrey, Farrey, and I'm calling in today in support of item O on the agenda. I think the goal of any prison should be rehabilitation of those that are in there, and this takes a lot of money. I think we all realize that, lots of money. But most of our loved ones will reenter society. We cannot be short-sighted about this. We must give them programs and education that will help them toward this successful end. prison programs, I mean, it's all out there, has been linked to lower recidivism, and that translates into monetary savings for correctional institutions. I think funding is so important. It's an investment, and it's an investment in people that want to become better, an investment in the institution itself monetarily, for society ultimately. I think incarceration should be looked at as an opportunity, and so many of them in there do want to grow toward becoming more productive and morally responsible men and women. And how is this done? It's done through intensive education and intensive programming. And in NDOC, more programs are needed. There aren't a lot of them, and there are too few seats right now. Getting into a program has become a factor of a release date. My loved one who is in Lovelock tells me that many programs now say that a person must be 18 months or less from their getting out date to get into a program. So first priority goes to those people. I understand that, but it effectively then shuts out everyone else. It leaves longer sentenced men and women with very few educational or rehabilitative options. I don't understand how playing endless rounds of pinochle and wandering around a yard contributes to positive growth. And we got to remember that ultimately, the majority of those incarcerated will join us in society. And what kind of a person do we want? All persons incarcerated at all times must be afforded rich opportunities to grow, to become better. There's lots of research.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry. You are past your 2 minutes. I am so sorry to interrupt you, but you are past your 2 minutes. If you would like to submit the remainder of your comments to the committee, we would love to have them.
Yes, thank you. I shall.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, there are no additional callers to provide public comment.
Thank you so much. And again, that is our first opportunity for public comment. There will be another opportunity at the end of today's meeting, or tonight's meeting, whenever we end. Members, that takes us to the next item on our agenda, which is item C, the approval of the minutes from our August 9th meeting. You all should have reviewed the minutes before today. If there's any questions, corrections, if not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion from Senator Dondero Loop, a second from Assemblywoman Bacchus. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. That takes us to our next item, which is the approval of the minutes from our September 28th meeting. Are there any questions or corrections to those minutes? Not seeing any. I will entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Senator Dondero Loop, a second from Assemblywoman Bacchus. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. And that brings us to our next item. It is item E, our IFC contingency account balance. And I will, should I go through this first? Before we go to that, let's go to the list and see if there are any items that members would like to be pulled. We'll let you know what we have pulled. I will turn this over to Ms. Kaufman to list the items that we have pulled, and if you have any additional items at the end of her statement, please let me know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Sarah Kaufman, Legislative Council Bureau Fiscal Analysis Division. I will be going over the lists for agenda items K, L, and R. So to begin on list K, there are no items to be pulled on pages 1, pages 2, and 3. On page 4, items 19, 20, and 21 for the Office of the Governor COVID-19 Reliefs Program are recommended to be pulled. On page 5, item 22 for the Office of Governor's COVID-19 Reliefs Program is also recommended to be pulled. And that is it for List K. For List L, beginning on the first page, item 5, Office of the Attorney General Tort Claim Fund is recommended to be pulled. I would note that on page 2, item 6, the Office of the Secretary of State was withdrawn after the agenda was posted, so that will not be considered. There is nothing on page 3. On page 4, I would note that item 20, the Nevada System of Higher Education, UNR School of Medicine, was withdrawn after the agenda was posted, so that will not be considered. There is nothing on page 5, 6, 7, or 8. On page 9, items 42, 43, and 44 for the Department of Health and Human Services, Healthcare, Finance, and Policy are recommended to be pulled. And those will be heard with items 46 and 49, which are on page 10. And that is also for the Department of Health and Human Services, Healthcare, Finance, and Policy. There are no other items on page 10 to be pulled. There are no items on page 11. On page 12, agenda item number 60, the Department of Health and Human Services, Welfare and Support Services is recommended to be pulled. There are no items for page 13 or 14. On page 15, agenda item 76, Department of Corrections, Director's Office will be heard with item number O. On page 16, agenda item 78, the Department of Motor Vehicles, Department of Transportation Efforts will be heard with agenda item R13. On page 17, agenda item 84 will be heard with item 4A2. On page 18, item 88, Department of Transportation Bond Construction, and item number 91, Department of Transportation, Transportation Administration will be heard. And on page 19, item number 96, the Department of Indigent Defense Services is recommended to be pulled. That is all that is provided for on agenda item, or excuse me, agenda L. For list R, agenda item number 2 for the Office of Secretary of State is recommended to be pulled. And again, on page 3 of list R, agenda item R13 will be heard with agenda item L78. Madam Chair, I believe that is all that the committee has recommended to be pulled.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kaufman. Members, do you have any items to be pulled in addition to the ones just listed by Ms. Kaufman from list K or list L or list R? Yes, K22 is there. Not seeing any here. Are there any members in Carson City that have any additional items to be pulled from those three lists, K, L, or R? Not seeing anyone raise their hands, so All right, seeing no other items to be pulled, members, I will take a consent vote for all those items that were not pulled to be approved. I'll accept a motion.
So approved to consent to all items that were not pulled on K, L.
Just K and L.
Just K and L. Thank you.
Members, one moment. There is a member that may want to pull two items.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I thought it was 13 and 14, but to be heard with us.
Well, we'll do that later. But would you like to pull that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we could pull K13 and K14.
Items to be pulled.
Madam Chair, I would like to amend my motion to include items K13 and 14 to be heard with L78. Is that right? 70.
L60.
I'm sorry, L60.
Second.
So we have a motion and we have a second on those items that would be pulled, and all other items will be approved by consent. Is there any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any here in Las Vegas, not seeing any hands raised in Carson City. So all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. If you are here in Las Vegas joining us virtually or in Carson City and your item was in list K or L and it was not pulled, your item has been approved and you have the rest of your day back to you. We thank you so much for joining us. If you look at the meeting later tonight and we're still here, bring us snacks. Just joking. All right, bringing the meeting back to order, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, which is item E, the statement of our IFC contingency account balance, and I will turn it over to Ms. Kaufman to give that statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The contingency account statement can be found in the committee members' packets on Volume 1, page 171. There is the summary, and I will walk the committee through the balance. So there is currently a total of $393.1 million in the contingency account. of which $23.7 million is in the unrestricted general fund, $1.2 million is in the unrestricted highway fund, and $368.2 million is in the restricted general fund and highway fund. With the requests that are pending this meeting of a total of $181.9 million, of that, $7.4 million is the unrestricted general fund, and $174.5 million is from the restricted general fund. If all of these are approved, there would be a total of $211.3 million in the contingency account, of which 16.3 is would be unrestricted general fund appropriations, $1.2 million would be unrestricted highway fund appropriations, and $193.8 million would be restricted general fund and highway fund appropriations. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. Members, do you have any questions about the statement of the IFC contingency account? Speaker Yeager?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And if you know, I was just curious, this obviously gives us the beginning balance as of, actually, I take that back. It has the beginning. So just to confirm, on July 1, 2023, the beginning balance for the IFC unrestricted general fund was approximately $25 million. Okay, so I'll take that as a yes. So, no, thank you for the report. I just had, I failed to realize that we started from the beginning there, so that was the information I needed, and it's right in front of me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Not seeing any here. Are you sure? Okay. Anyone in Carson City with any questions? All right. Not seeing any. Information only item, so we will not need to take a vote on that. The members, we're going to take one of our items out of order. The next item that we will move to will be item I. And we'll invite the representatives to the table from Leaderverse. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Becky Harris. I am here representing UNLV on behalf of the Leaderverse. I know you've got a long day. I'm happy to give you as much context as you want, but the long and the short of it is we were required per AB 525 to get some match funding. I'm pleased to report to you that through a mix of private and public dollars, you've been provided with the confidential details of those private dollars as well as the grant that we were provided through the public dollars. We've met our match, and we're hoping that you will go ahead and give us the corresponding match.
Thank you so much. And you've done a lot of work to get those dollars. We appreciate that. Members, any questions? And Ms. Harris, did you state your name for the record?
I did.
Okay. Not seeing any questions from anyone here. Is there anyone in Carson City with any questions? Not seeing any hands raised there. So with that, I'll accept a motion to approve item I.
I would move to approve item I.
Second.
Thank you so much. We've had a motion from Senator Dondera-Loop, a second from Assemblywoman Bacchus. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for your generosity.
Going back to the top of our agenda, we'll go to item F, which is a request for allocation from the IFC contingency account pursuant to Section 1 of Senate Bill 231 of the 82nd Legislative Session. And we have two items. We will go to F1, which is Clark County School District. Is there a representative from Clark County School District? Good morning, and welcome to IFC.
Good morning, Chair Monroe Moreno, Vice Chair Dondera Loop, and members of the Interim Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Dr. Brenda Larson Mitchell, and I am honored to serve as the Interim Superintendent for the Clark County School District. I've served in the district for 30 years. I entered the district in 1994, serving as a special education teacher at John C. Fremont Middle School. I have also served as a school-based administrator, principal supervisor, central office administrator, and deputy superintendent. As interim superintendent, my priorities are improving student outcomes, building relationships, championing our educators, and fostering trust across the community. Please know that I am committed to fostering these connections, relationships, and partnerships. Joining me today is Jason Gowdy, Chief Financial Officer. We come before you today to request funds made possible by Senate Bill 231, enabling further significant investment in the dedicated and very deserving employees of the Clark County School District. We extend our continued appreciation to the legislature and the governor for the historic increase in public education funding last session. We are also grateful to our bargaining partners, the Education Support Employees Association, Clark County Education Association, and the Clark County School District Police Officers Association for their collaborative efforts throughout negotiations, including the supplemental memorandums of agreement on the allocation of available 231 funds. Before outlining the details of our SB 231 funds request, it's important to note that employees in each bargaining unit are receiving base pay increases this biennium. Separate from SB 231, pay enhancements include members of the ESEA are receiving an 8.65% pay increase in year one and a 4% increase in year two. CCEA members are receiving a 10% pay increase in year one and an 8% pay increase in year two. POA members negotiated an adjustment to their pay scale for a combined increase in costs to the district of approximately 17% in year one and 3% in year two. To supplement these negotiated increases, CCSD is requesting $173,805,891 of SB 231 funds, the maximum award amount available to CCSD, per the guidance indicated by the Legislative Council Bureau. Of this total request, 33.4%, or an estimated $58,051,168, will be allocated to support professionals. This includes a retroactive pay increase of 3% effective January 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, and differentiated pay of $4,250 for mutually agreed upon hard-to-fill positions effective for the 24-25 contract year. Please note that the $4,250 is not a one-time payment, but an increase in PERS eligible pay that will be paid over the employee's contracts for the 24-25 contract year. 66% of the request, or an estimated $114,711,888, will be allocated to our licensed educators. This includes a retroactive pay increase of 1.875% effective February 1, 2024 or March 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. and differentiated pay of $5,000 for mutually agreed upon hard to fill and special education positions effective for the 24-25 contract year. Please note that the $5,000 is not a one-time payment, but an increase in PERS eligible pay that will be paid over the employee's contracts for the 24-25 contract year. Finally, 0.6% of the total request, or an estimated $1,042,835, will be allocated to police officers, representing an estimated 4.12% salary increase for the 24-25 contract year. In closing, we are grateful to each member of this committee for your thoughtful consideration of this request. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for the overview. I know that you know that it was very important to this committee that all employees within the school district, support staff and our educators, were taken care of, and that's why decisions were made at our previous IFC meetings to make sure everyone was included in a fair manner. I believe that Senator Canizero has a comment or question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to make sure we have all of our details right on our end. I know part of this is, as was designed with Senate Bill 231, to do raises on part of the school district and then additional monies that could come in on top of that from 231 funds. In total, can you walk us through just sort of those baseline numbers with both of those in terms of percentage increases for your folks? For staff, for teachers, and for your police officers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, Jason Gowdy for the record. So I'll talk about the high level. So the first piece is to talk about the initial pay increases prior to the implementation of SB 231 funds. And if we talk about our support professionals, they received the 8.65% pay increase, which was inclusive of the 1.875% PERS component, which was the employee portion in year one. And then in year two, it was a 4% increase in their salaries. There are also other components such as steps, which are normal progression on the scale, and increases to their benefit, medical benefit contributions. For CCEA, which is our licensed personnel, they received a 10% increase in year one with an additional 8% increase in year two. The police officers, we revised their pay scale overall, so it wasn't a set percentage increase. There were some changes in how we applied their scale to make them more competitive with some of the other law enforcement agencies throughout Clark County. And what that ended up being is an approximate 17% increase in year one, with then a set increase of 3% in year two. Does that answer the first part of the question?
Yes, it does. And then I think we have information on what's being requested from the Senate Bill 231 funds, which is an additional amount depending on which year and which group. And then, of course, the additional for the hard to fill positions, which I have a question on next. But that does answer the first part of the question.
Okay.
As I understand it, these pay increases are retroactive as it pertains to the 231 funds. Is that a correct understanding?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Jason Getty for the record. So there's for ESEA, which are support professionals, and CCA, which are licensed professionals, there's two components to the request. The first is an increase in pay as a percentage. 3% of that would be for our support professionals, retroactive back to January 1st, 2024, And for our licensed professionals, it's 1.875 retroactive back to either February or March. The reason we have two dates is because our licensed professionals start on two different dates, either in August or September. And so we booked that halfway through that year, and those two pieces will be retroactively paid back through those dates. The other components as it relates to differentiated pay for hard-to-fill and special education in our licensed, as well as the hard-to-fill positions in our support professionals, those increases to their pay will be effective for the 24-25 contract year, so they would not need to be retroactive, subject to approval of IFC today.
And the education, the teachers, your licensed teachers, when you say retroactive to February or March, they are not retroactive all the way back to the beginning of the school year because there were not contracts during that time. Is that correct?
Jason Gowdy, for the record, we negotiated based off the amount of money that was available for that component. We negotiated a halfway through this year, which ends up being February or March. So that's how that is.
And again, the way that they read in our materials, it almost reads like a one-time payment, but I want to be very clear here that those hard-to-fill positions, and I think you've mentioned this, but I just want to be very crystal clear because we've had a lot of these discussions. Those are not one-time payments. They are PERS eligible. They would be paid out through the course of the contract year, and so they're not simply a lump sum payment.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Jason Gowdy for the record, that's absolutely correct. So they will essentially be added onto their pay, and it will be divided up amongst the number of pay periods they have during the 24-25 period, and those will also be reported as PERS eligible, yes.
And obviously, I think we've had a lot of these discussions on this committee that the intent, right, is to build into salaries across the board for support staff, for teachers, for everyone who's working in the school district who falls under these categories. For that to be where we are starting with salaries, we want to build these into those so that we can be competitive and we can continue to recruit and to retain our educational professional folks. That said, I don't have any other questions, Madam Chair. To me, I am grateful that we are seeing you here today to talk about these funds and that we're talking about this in the context of contract negotiations. I think that it should be no surprise to anybody here, but it is very difficult to be in a position where we have gone half of a school year without contracts for teachers and for support staff. They are doing an impossible job. As a product of the Clark County School District myself, I think that we owe them better than that. And so I am hopeful that we can continue to have very productive conversations in the future about continued funding for our educators and staff so that we can continue to focus on what else we can be doing in education and not worry about whether or not we're paying people enough to simply take these jobs. That should be a very bare minimum for not only this state and this legislature, but also for the school district. And so I appreciate you being here. I'm glad to see that we are, in fact, getting substantial raises for educators and staff. I think that that is very important. That was obviously key to passing this bill and also investing so much time on behalf of this committee to pass an education budget overall that is substantial, and it does recognize that. And so I'm glad for that. I can't say that without also expressing that it's disappointing that it has taken so long to get you all here for all of these things. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Members, any other questions? Okay, not seeing any here. And I believe we had one, but the question was answered during the discussion up in Carson City. Are there any other members in Carson City with any questions? Okay, not seeing any. I thank you so much for your presentation. We'll take a vote on the two districts we have before us today at the same time. So thank you. And we will invite Esmeralda County School District to the table. Good morning. Welcome to IFC.
It works better when you turn it on?
It works a lot better if you turn it on, yes.
Yeah. I'm going to sit in Brenda's chair because it's clearly a lucky chair. Start with thanking you for coming up with extra money. This is James D. Fawcett, Esmeralda County Superintendent. We had a great conversation a year or so back, and it's great to see you again. Hi, a local visitor. Just a wonderful thing you've done. We've had people who've come to me and said, Mr. Fawcett, you know, we can't pay our bills. It's not enough money. I said, we'll do everything we can. With the legislation, SB 231 that was passed, you pushed us. You pushed us to give more and do more, and I told my CFO and business manager, get everything you can to them because people can't cover their health care and their grocery bills. And so with the work of lawyers and the leverage of all the other superintendents that came before me, not accidental that I come here because I'm watching to see what they're doing because I don't have their kind of staff. You just saw the biggest school district in Nevada by a lot. We're the very smallest school district in Nevada by a lot. And can't remember your first name, but is it Damaska? Came to my district and said, wow, you're doing all that in this little place with this little? And the answer is yes, with a very small group of children, about 80 or 90, about 7 educators total, spread out over a huge district that used to be the most populous place in Nevada. We're doing some things that are wonderful and underfunded, and you've helped change that. So I'm going to make this really simple. When I heard all that CCSD went through, I know why we went through Dave Jensen and some of our small districts method. We were very direct, so we covered all the things we needed to cover with SB 231 by simply saying we will give 4%, 24-25 to everybody who applies under the SB 231 umbrella. And by the way, I kept asking, now, is this everyone? They said, yes. I said, are you sure? And they said, yes. I said, good, stop there. So we got 4% from us and hopefully 4% from you for 8% year one. Year two, we did the same thing and we pretty close. 3% from us and 3% from you. It's retroactive to the beginning of the 24 school year, which I promised in December. And since my daughter also works in my district, she said, Dad, you couldn't make it happen before the kids. Anyway, I want you to know that this 15% pay raise represents about, a great deal more than we could have hoped to come up with without your help. And it has been met with a lot of excitement. There isn't any bells or whistles on this program. That's it. Everybody's getting 15% over 2 years. 8% this year, 7% next year, except me. And I'll save my sob story because it's not much of a sob story, and I just feel blessed to be able to work with a bunch of great educators. I have managed to pull some people in from eastern Wyoming and southern California, where I'm from, who know me, and some of it is because of this funding. I pulled people in from western Wyoming just last week on our day off. We met together to interview and hire them, and we got to tell them what they'd make. It was kind of a lie because it's not in place yet until you vote on it, but they liked it, and they're coming. And we're going to be fully staffed with highly qualified people, and I couldn't have told you that this time last year, so thank you. It's made a difference. I actually have a script here. It's quite a bit shorter, and I didn't use it. Sorry. So if there is something you have questions about, that's all I have.
Thank you so much. Members, do you have any questions for the superintendent from Esmeralda County? We do have one. Senator Condizero.
This is just more of a comment. First of all, I want to say thank you. I very much remember all of the very detailed stories that you gave to us during your presentation during session when we brought everybody in to talk about kind of what the challenges are and what's going on in your school districts. And I just want to say thank you for the very hard job that you do, sort of educating in a very rural area with, as you said, kids kind of everywhere and trying to make that work. And I just wanted to say thank you, and I appreciate it. I know that that's a much more difficult challenge to try to figure out, how are you going to pay people more? How are you going to make sure your budget works? And I know that was something that we discussed and you expressed during that interim meeting during session as well. And so I'm really pleased to hear 15%. That's huge. And I'm hopeful that that does mean that you are going to continue at full staffing and with great educators. And I think that that's exactly what we were striving to do with all of the work this last legislative session. And I appreciate you always being a partner in all of that. And so just want to commend you and let you know that we're obviously looking forward to continuing to work together so you can keep doing what you're doing and all your educators keep doing what they're doing for those kids. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions or comments here in Las Vegas? Not seeing any. Is there anyone in Carson City with questions or comments? All right, I am not seeing any. I thank you so much for being here with your presentation.
Thank you. I look forward to meeting with you again sometime soon, and just have to tell you, you're just all invited to the barbecue, okay? Whichever one it is. It's great being able to work with you as one to do great things. And one of those teachers I talked about bringing in, which for us is 1/7 of our population, had the greatest growth on MAP scores, had the greatest improvement in all kinds of ways. It's direct input on the classroom. So thank you. What you're doing is significant, and it's having an impact. So.
And what is the date of the barbecue?
I promise.
Just asking for a friend.
It's in May, and you're getting an invite.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, was I supposed to sit down until we're done with some?
All right, members. Seeing no other questions for items F1 and 2, I'll entertain a motion to approve items F1 and F2.
Madam Chair, I so move to approve items F1 and F2.
Second.
We have a motion to approve from Senator Dondero Loop, a second from Assemblywoman Bacchus. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you so much. Customarily, we would break for lunch at noon, but we had a late start, so we're going to work through until 2 p.m., and then we will take a lunch break at that time and try to get as much work done as we possibly can before then. So we'll move on to item G on our agenda, which is request for allocation from our IFC contingency account. And members, item G1 was withdrawn on March 20th, so we will go to items G2, A, and B. And that is the Nevada Department of Education. I'll invite you to the table. Good afternoon. Welcome to IFC.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of IFC. I have Deputy Megan Peterson in the north and Deputy Emery Dixon here. Megan Peterson will introduce the item for us.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson. For the record, today we have a request before you for funding for an education program supervisor position within our Student Achievement Division. The request is for partial funding for fiscal year 24 of approximately $38,729 and for $120,126 for fiscal year 25. As the department has grown and based on positions that were approved during the last legislative session, it has become apparent to us that additional support in the form of a supervisor is needed for our Office of Teaching and Learning. And so that brings us to you today for our request. And we are available for any questions.
Thank you so much. We do have a few questions, and I will ask Senator Dondero Loop.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So thank you very much for being here today. And I just have a couple questions on this. Since the education program supervisor position was sought in the agency request budget, but not included in the executive budget recommended by the governor during the 82nd session in 2023, can you give us some information and discuss what factors are now contributing to the department requesting this contingency fund to fund this new position currently, as opposed to the governor including it in his budget?
Megan Peterson, for the record. At the time of the development of our budget last 2 years ago, it was prioritized at the time based on the need and growing requests from our constituents to provide additional support through the education program professionals that were put forward, focusing in specific curriculum areas that we previously didn't have support in. But as time has now gone on, and with this increase in the work and the capacity that was brought on board, our current director, who supervises 20 positions, has reached their capacity. And that position actually recently, the person who was in it when this budget was put forward retired. And so we have now a new person as the director, and this is through the learning curve has necessitated additional support for supervision.
I would like to add, Superintendent Ebert, for the record, as you all have made a wonderful commitment and historic investment in education, and we know the education landscape is changing as well. So in addition to what Deputy Peterson has added, this body approved us for the $500,000 to review the literacy plan, which is work that we're doing. We're moving forward with all of the Read by Grade 3 work as well. Our Nevada Portrait of a Learner has also given us the opportunity. This unit, if you will, focuses on all of our core content areas. So our literacy, mathematics, science, all of the fine and performing arts, all of those pieces now are in a massive shift as we move forward. The other piece that I would add to it with our children is AI. And so when we are looking across all of our content areas, all of our standards, we're needing to reiterate them much faster than the cycle that we've been on in the past. So we've looked at, and as a state, every 7 years, we've been on a cycle to look at mathematics, then we look at literacy, and then we look at other things. That cycle needs to tighten up because the shifts in our environment and what we want for our children needs to move forward at a faster rate.
Madam Chair, may I follow up?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that information. Is there any other funding source that could be used for this?
Megan Peterson, for the record. We did evaluate other opportunities for funding, including our ARP-ESSER funding. We did identify that the scope of this work fell outside of our plan that was presented as part of the approval to receive that funding. So we did identify that was not an eligible use of these funds. And additionally, because those funds are set to the the period of performance ends September 30th, we are requesting general fund to ensure that there is consistency in funding for this position.
And the reason I asked that is because I was just trying to clarify for the committee if this was something that we could defer to 2025 when we are in session. And if you have any comment on that, you can go ahead, Deputy Peterson.
Megan Peterson, for the record. Given the rate at which the work has expanded and grown, and with the, as I mentioned, that position retiring, the additional support for the supervision of the 20 positions that are now in this area is desperately needed. That is why we are requesting the funding today, because we would like to get this position hired within the next 2 months, and we would prefer to have them start as soon as possible.
Senator Neal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to go back to the learning curve statement. So I'm gonna give it to you the way I heard it. Person retired, second person was brought on who is not, sounds like not skilled, not able to perform, and we're using code, which is she needs as much support as possible to manage the 20 that the prior person did. And so why isn't the option to, I mean, I know most people retire and they're just like, I don't want to come back anywhere. Why isn't the idea to maybe ask the retired person to come back to offer support for 2 months to reduce this cost so that the person who has the learning curve can actually get up to speed with a mentor who has retired?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, thank you for the question, Senator Neal. It's multifaceted, and so thank you for sharing what you heard and allowing us to expand. The new person, it does have a mentor, and the new person was also part of that department prior, so they do have an understanding of the department. We have also hired additional folks that have been retired to support the entire department. What was initially, and I want to emphasize, this position was on a list for enhancements. If this is not approved, if this body decides not to approve this today, it definitely will be on the list of enhancements for next year. But it was a matter of prioritizing with the resources that we come and ask you for. It's multi-layered, and I guess that's what I was trying to explain before. It's not only that the person prior was in the job for more than a decade. You all allocated, and again, thank you very much. You provided us in this unit 3 additional staff members, so we're able to better support K-5 mathematics, literacy at the secondary level, as well as the technology component. So it was a growth in the unit at the same time as having a new person, as the shift in the educational environment. So it's not any one piece, but it's all of them happening. And we're just very passionate about the work. It is a weakness in our department right now, and that's why we're coming here to ask you for support.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the follow-up. So if you had to, and I heard your multi-layered, I guess, explanation, but if you had to identify what are the inefficiencies that are currently occurring. So there are 3 new employees. There is mentorship going on for the new leader who has replaced the person after a decade. So I want to be real clear about what is the exact weakness that is occurring and the dollar amount associated with each weakness, or is there just one which happens to be human based?
Hello, Anne Marie Dixon for the record. Thank you so much for the question. So that's a very complicated question. I can share with you that there are a number of initiatives that had not taken place that are currently taking place. We are currently working on our state literacy plan. That is something that had not been done for, I'm not sure, maybe at least almost a decade. We are also currently looking at our textbook adoptions. We know that we need to make sure that we have more efficiencies, that we are making sure that we are mindful of the changes that are taking place in education. We're rolling out a Science of Reading initiative across the state. In addition, we're working on Read by Grade 3 initiatives because of additional funding that has gone in. It is required us to make sure that we have better structures in place to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our LEAs. The AI initiative that Superintendent Ebert mentioned, we need to make sure that our educators are supported in that area. That is something that we had not been doing previously. And then the rollout of our state standards, that's another area that we need to make sure that we are addressing. We are currently on we should be on a 7-year, but we are currently on an 8-year cycle because of the staffing that we have in place. We need to make sure that we are providing more guidance and standards-based structures for our LEAs, and that is part of the reason we're asking for this. I'm not sure if Superintendent Ebert or Deputy Superintendent Peterson can talk about the monetary portion of this.
Megan Peterson, for the record, speaking a little more to the monetary piece. And I do want to be perfectly clear, the person that we did hire is very capable. When I refer to the learning curve, it's learning the position of being a director and the responsibility that goes with that. What we're asking for is the $38,000 for the position in fiscal year 24 for a supervisor to assist with the day-to-day activities of managing the 20 people that is under this director. Currently, it is a 20-to-1 ratio of a director supervising 20 other people in core content areas. And so when you ask about the root cause there and the cost, it is the cost associated with a supervisor to assist with managing those day-to-day activities so that way we're meeting the needs of our schools and our school districts and charter schools.
We have another question from Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your presentation. When you started to go into detail, I began to have some concerns. So for 10 years, you had a person that was in position, and they were supposed to handle some of the things that you all listed, which was read by 3. You talked about curriculum and books. So are you saying that those tasks had not been done? And if they have not been done, and you had someone that was more experienced in the position that is now left, how do we ensure that providing this additional funds is going to get those tasks done? And what type of quantifying are you going to do, reporting, to ensure that whatever additional funds are given, we will meet these? Because I'm concerned if you haven't done read by 3 for 10 years, which my kids have been out of school for a minute, and read by 3 was part of what was important then about the curriculum, the books. How many other tasks are not being done, had not been done with the previous person that you're now claiming will get done, and then how do we know that that will be done?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, thank you, Assemblywoman. Transparency is very important to all of us, so I want to make sure that in explaining this, that if I don't do everything that you need, that you please redirect. But number one is the work was being completed as expected up until the pandemic. So during the pandemic, our work had shifted, health and safety, support. So it was a backlog created not because of the person, there's a backlog created because of the pandemic. Also, too, what we're trying to do is through the process, it was currently is a 7-year cycle for the adoption of textbooks and our standards. Again, because of the pandemic, we are behind in that timeframe, but we were on track prior to the pandemic. With the shift in technology, in AI, Also, our work as a state with the portrait of a learner, so the integration across all of our content areas. That body of work is in addition to, and how we've, for many decades prior, my colleagues across the United States as well, have taken each of the content areas one by one. And what we want to do at this moment in time is truly look at integration across with our competency-based work that we're doing to be able to move forward. So what I would say is that if we want to keep things the same, we would need to work on our backlog that was created by the pandemic, and we would not move forward with the additional supports and shift that we're looking at in education. Integrating AI. 18 months ago, AI was not a conversation for any of us. We would like to make sure that we put in place the proper standards and supports for our classrooms, for our students, so that they launch this new opportunity properly and that we're not behind the curve. I'll stop there.
I think my biggest concern would be if we are 4 years behind because COVID was in 2020, wouldn't it be more important to deal with the core issues that have been not been taken care of? So 4 years of you said you have a 4-year cycle for textbooks and standards. Wouldn't it be a better use of resources to catch up with those things than it would be to take on a brand new area? Because AI is going to continue to develop and take up a lot of time to try to keep up with it. But if we don't have standards in place and that are being put forth for our textbooks and teaching standards or education standards, doesn't that just put us further behind if you're chasing a new thing?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record. So I would frame it as not chasing a new thing. We had a pandemic. We're looking at how we instruct our students and how we're moving forward. So we're not we're not moving away from mathematics. We're not moving away from our Read by Grade 3 program. We're doubling down in those areas and making sure that we are moving forward in an opportunity and not trying to, analogy that I would use is, the grass has been mowed. With the pandemic and all the shift, we're not going to try to put every single blade of grass back in place of where it was, but we're going to try to we are going to grow our system so our students are prepared for the workforce that they are going to enter, which is much different and we know will be different. It's shifting every single day. So we want to make sure our students are prepared for that workforce, and it starts with our educators, with the standards and the resources that are provided in their classrooms.
Thank you. We're going to go up north and then we'll come back down south. I know we have a few more questions here, but I believe Assemblywoman Anderson has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing forward this information. A few things before I actually ask my question. The first item, I recognize that being able to supervise 20 individuals for an adult is difficult. However, I look at my principals in many of our schools, and I look at our teachers with the highest class size ratios. And 20 is a dream. So let's start being realistic with the evaluation process. We have too many principals who are being asked to evaluate 42 people, 50 people, based upon where that is. And so we need to start being a little bit more aware of what's happening in our schools and not just in the department. I'm also looking at some of my peers who are teachers who are being asked to evaluate their students when there are 43 in class. So again, the 20-to-1 ratio, I recognize that that is not what is normal across the nation, but if we're trying to make sure our schools are okay, we need to make sure that that is the priority. So I appreciate, though, you bringing up the 20-to-1 ratio. I just have a problem with it. The other area that has me concerned has to do with looking at the background information. When I take a look at where this information would be coming from, in particular the second paragraph, and there has to do with the collecting and examining of data, one thing that seems to be standing out is these are many new programs. And yet, and then later in the letter, it also states that there are lead special projects as assigned by the director. Has there been consideration of all of these new programs and the staffing that is necessary to make sure that they are in fact successful? And then the second question, when there has to do with, there's a sentence that brings up, determine areas of focus and oversees multiple grants. When those grants are actually entered, is there again a question around staffing and management of the staff?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, thank you, Assemblywoman Anderson, and thank you for the reminder for all of us that how hard our educators work each and every day and to serve our students. The components with the grants and all of those other pieces, I guess, are, our opportunity as a department to share with you the work that each one of our directors handle. I remember sitting here just a few short months ago and sharing that, we manage over, as a Department of Education, we manage over 1,300 grants and various recipients and all of those pieces. And so we do have a grants management unit which handles the money component. But each of our content area staff are the ones, the program staff are the ones that work with the different entities to make sure that the implementation of those funds are done with the expectations and that folks are held accountable. With the new piece, the question or the comment on the newness, we can absolutely not move forward with incorporating AI and looking at what the future state of education should be. We would have what we currently have, and I don't think that that's what we want for our children.
Follow up, if I may, Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. And thank you for bringing up AI, because I do agree with you as an individual who's attempting to get my students to write creatively. And just so you know, in creative writing, there's writing every day. And it's creative. And that's why many of the students don't take it. But with AI, there is nothing in the background information that brings up AI, with the possible exception of the Canvas oversee information. So is there then a expectation that this new staff would also be dealing with the increasing changes in our education world when it comes to AI? And if so, how would that exactly be explained to everybody that's in education right now? Because I'm speaking right now from a level of frustration that this is a new education world, as we always are in, but this really is going to change it. So how are you going to explain that to the individuals who are in the classroom, who are in the schools, who are running the county school districts, that there is now this new person doing work with AI?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, thank you for the question. We were, as a department, we were able to receive funds from philanthropy. We did not come to this body to wait to start that work. So we do have partnered with philanthropy to start going around the entire state. We had sessions here in Clark County. We have sessions scheduled for up in Washoe County. as well as sessions virtually for the entire state to participate. So we're trying to move that work forward with funds that have been provided to the Department of Education. And then through this position, we will have sustained the work. If this position is approved, it will take it beyond the donation that we received into systemically providing for our state.
Thank you for that explanation. And one last follow-up, if I may, Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Will you be providing that information for us, number one? And number two, this philanthropy group that's done so, is this an increase or a matching fund then that you're asking for? I'm a little bit confused by the fact that there was already funds provided, but now there's another ask for more money from the state. So is this a way to match the funds, or if I could get that clarified, and I think that's my last question. Thank you, Chair.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, no, that was a one-time donation. There's no requirement for a match, and I'm more than happy to provide this body with the information that we have disseminated to date.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I have a question before I know we have a few more members with some questions or comments. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly, and I may have to ask the GFO to come up for some clarity. So during the last legislative session, we approved 3 full-time positions for the education programs professional positions, correct?
Superintendent Ebert, that is correct.
Okay. And so this position that you're talking about today isn't something that's a new idea. This was part of the budget that you submitted to the governor, but it was not included in the governor's budget that was presented to the legislature for consideration. Is that correct?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, that is correct.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to ask our GFO to join you at the table. Since this was an issue prior to today, and IFC contingency fund is an emergency fund. So if you could just explain a little bit of why this position for the education program supervisor position was not included in the executive budget.
Thank you. For the record, Amy Stevenson, Director for GFO. Thank you, Madam Chair. It was not included in the governor's recommended budget due to how it was prioritized. The enhancements were prioritized being submitted to us, so it didn't make the rank, I guess is how you would say that.
So as we move forward to the next legislative session, it could be included in their request to you all, and as you look through prioritizing this could be one of those positions that would be prioritized or could be prioritized in the next upcoming legislative budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Speaker Yeager.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I guess I just have some global comments. It doesn't pertain to this, but I think as we're here in IFC, we have to keep a couple of things in mind. Number one, every ARPA dollar we can spend on something is a dollar that should be spent. We don't want that going back to the federal government. I understand this may not be applicable to this item, but it is applicable to other items on the agenda. And, you know, I think my concern here is exactly what you stated, that the IFC contingency fund is an emergency fund. And this was part of the budget process, didn't make it through, understand that. I don't doubt the need for this position. I just doubt the need for the position right now. And, you know, I think maybe I was as surprised as anybody else to wake up and read an article in the Nevada Independent where the governor said, we're going to have a special session to replenish the IFC contingency account. So I looked at that this morning and I saw that we started the interim legislative session with $477 million in the IFC account. Now, some of that is restricted, a lot of it is highway, but the bottom line is we had almost $25 million in unrestricted general fund. That is supposed to be for emergencies. Based on the information that I see here, I want to say loud and clear, I don't see any need for us to go into a special session to have to replenish those funds. There is adequate funding here to be able to handle any emergency that's going to come up. And, you know, the Constitution says that the legislature has the power of the purse and the power to allocate and approve monies. In addition, our Constitution limits us as a legislature to meeting every other year. So I understand there are things that come up. There are wish lists that happen in the interim, but our hands are tied by the Constitution. And so, you know, I just think this is one of these issues that understand the need, but I think it would be unwise for this committee to start approving these sort of things through the contingency fund in the interim, especially something that went through the budgeting process and, as the GFO said, was prioritized, which budgeting is always a priority. So I guess I want to say I understand the need, but I think we start to wade into waters that I think IFC ought not to wade into in terms of what we're doing with the IFC contingency fund, because I just do not see this as an emergency. And I'll admit it's not a lot of money given what's being asked for, but I just don't think we want to set that precedent, because I think it would be a real disservice to the citizens of the state to have to go back into an expensive and time-consuming legislative special session to replenish the contingency fund when we have plenty here to handle what are emergencies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for that statement, and I have to say that I know it's a small dollar amount, but it's the principle of the matter and the integrity of what this committee is, the Interim Finance Committee, to deal with emergencies in our state. So I appreciate that comment and agree with you entirely. So are there any other questions or comments or discussion before I entertain a motion? All right, seeing none, I will go to Senator Canizero for the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am just going to say that I agree wholeheartedly with what the speaker said, and I think he probably said it better than I can in terms of what we should be considering in this committee and what are things that are better left to a legislative session. With that, Madam Chair, I would move to not approve items G, 2A, and 2B as just discussed.
I'd second that.
We have a motion to not approve G2A and 2B from Senator Canizero, a second from Assemblywoman Bacchus. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any here, not seeing any hands in Carson City. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to the next item on our agenda, and that's item G3, the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Interim Finance Committee. My name is Drazen Ellis, and I serve as the Administrator of Dieter's Rehabilitation Division. With me in the north also are my colleagues Michelle Merrill, Deputy Administrator of Programs, and Brett Martinez, Deputy Administrator of Operations. So today we are seeking allocation of $492,216 of general fund to address projected shortfalls in Bureau of Vocational Rehabilitation's client service category, which will also unlock additional $1.8 million in our federal grant. Bureau of Vocational Rehabilitation serves individuals with disabilities in assisting them find employment and finding employment and also maintaining employment. Currently, the Bureau of Vocational Rehabilitation provides a full wraparound services and essential services that are necessary to assist individuals with disabilities to work in competitive integrated employment and achieve self-sufficiency. The shortfall is driven in major part by the increased demand for our services, also increased complexity of our cases, and significant inflationary pressures on the cost of the goods and services that VR provides. We believe that this increased demand is also a direct result of agencies' robust outreach efforts over the past 2 years, as well as significant improvement in efficiency of the agency's processes and improved customer service. In 2021, our agency has simplified our application process, where it used to be 3 or 4 pages long with a lot of complex questions, down to a single page with just a few questions, which has made it much more easy for individuals to apply for our services, and have also in 22 launched a new fully accessible website that provides a lot more explanations about what services we offer and ways for folks to take advantage of those. In the last couple of years, we have, at first, as the agency was coming out of pandemic, we have seen some small increases in the folks seeking our services. However, that pace has drastically sped up in the last 6 quarters. To put it in some context, in 2022, which somewhat reflects our pre-pandemic numbers, our applications were somewhere around 160 to about 250, 280 per month. That has now changed to, in the last few months, almost all of the months, we have reached over 300 applications, and that was between 310 to some months close to 400, 395. Let's see. With that said, also what I would like to address is also our improved customer service has, I believe, also added to this seek of our to the folks seeking our services in higher numbers. In most recent independent customer survey, 80% of our VR consumers have stated that they think that our staff have been helpful and they have helped them work to achieve their goals. 91% of our clients have stated that our staff has treated them with dignity and respect, and 77% have stated that our staff have helped them become financially independent, regardless of whether the outcomes were successful or there was no direct employment at the end of that particular case. With that, I will conclude my initial brief statement, and if there's any additional questions, we are here to help answer that.
Thank you very much. Questions? Assemblywoman Bacchus, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions. First, please indicate why the state matching funds that are the additional matching funds that weren't in the legislatively approved budget weren't included as part of prior work programs processed this fiscal year, which increased the federal funding authority for the vocational rehabilitation grant.
Thank you for that question, Jocelyn Ellis, for the record. The way that the VR grant is provided to us is that there has to be, as you've stated, a match portion. So 21.3% of our funds have to be matched with non-federal funds. And based on those, then we are able to draw down about 78.7% of the federal grant. Not all of those 21.3% are always general fund. Portion of those, about 1/3, come from other sources of match, and that initial request that we made in October, we were using a different source of funds to match that amount. Also, there was somewhat of a technical solution to a recommendation that we have gotten from LCB audit, as they've looked at our agency and how we were spending funds. Of those of that federal portion, that's 78.7%, 15% of funds have to be reserved for a specific purpose of providing pre-employment transition services, which are the earliest set of vocational services we can provide to students between ages of 14 and 22. And we essentially use a different match source to be able to expend those funds. Also, at that time, it was very early for us in the process to be able to understand how much funds we would need at the end of the year. We've come to this body in the previous 2 years to seek additional general fund, and usually we've made those requests around this time period as we get closer to the end of the state fiscal year and we're able to better understand what needs we will have through the end of the year based on the number of clients that come through our doors.
So, and I'm not sure from what you had just responded to, but I understand that the first amount that we had approved, state matching funds would have been up to that like $17 million amount of federal funds. Of that amount, how much of those funds have been expended down, or have you already spent all of that?
I may have to phone a friend on this one, so I will ask my Deputy Administrator of Operations, Brett Martinez, to help me answer this.
Good afternoon. Brett Martinez, Deputy Administrator. So are you asking for how much federal funding we've drawn or how much of the state funds we've spent?
It kind of answers both. I was trying to understand the response. I wasn't sure if you've already exhausted through the $1 million of the federal funds that were budgeted for the state matching funds. As I understand that the pull down has now gone up to about 19 million. And so that the gap that you're trying to seek for matching funds is that 492,216 amount. And so I'm trying to figure out where we're at. Have we already spent through the federal 17 million in state matching funds, or are we already spending up into the 19 and we were pulling from other sources that now we're trying to replenish? I'm trying to figure out where we're at and what the need is to get through the end of this fiscal year.
Thank you, Brett Martinez, for the record. Exact numbers I do not have. I can provide them. I know we have not hit that federal point yet, though. Last I was looking, I think we're around 15 or 16 million federally drawn. Our match was down to under, I believe, under 200,000 left. And I think we were projecting we'd be running out of match by like end of May if we didn't have it. And then we would, if we don't have the state funds, we can't draw the federal funding at all.
Thank you, and I understand that. So can you just kind of explain what would happen then if we exhaust through the amounts that we have the matching funds through, I think you said end of May, what would happen at that point?
This is Jocelyn Ellis for the record. If we do not have funds available in our client service category, at that point we would have to pause all of our services until the beginning of the following state fiscal year. So the services to the clients, we wouldn't have any funds to provide those services to the clients, which may mean that some of the employment opportunities that they have waiting, they would not be able to take advantage of. Also possibly some of the schools that folks have been enrolled to, universities, other vocational trainings, they would not be able to take advantage of.
And Madam Chair, I have one follow-up question. So I take it that would just be for the month of June. If the funds get you through the end of May, it's really the month of June because the new fiscal year starts July 1st, 2024. And then I have a more clear question.
I believe this is Jocelyn Ellis for the record. I believe that is partially correct. Also, what will come into question is whether we would have sufficient funds to pay for some of our other expenses, such as the salaries, because I believe we are waiting for that work program to be done at the end of the state fiscal year. And I'll probably ask my colleague, Mr. Martinez, to elaborate on that.
Thank you, Brett Martinez, for the record. That's correct. So the match covers not only our client service categories, but all categories in the entire budget. So the federal dollars we use to pay for salaries, our operating, any travel, any IT, basically everything in the budget, it covers. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, so does Dieter then anticipate returning back the next fiscal year 25, and making additional ask for state matching funds as well? And if so, what do you anticipate that to be?
I believe, and this is Charles Nellis for the record. At this point, the way that the current influx of new cases and folks seeking our services, as well as just the increased cost in the services themselves, we believe that they're definitely, we most likely will have to come back before this body and seek for another allocation of funds. Prior to doing that, we always try to exhaust all the other possible options, such as trying to find additional program income that we can bring into the program, trying to find other sources of match. One of the other sources of match that we utilize is a soft match. So it's not a match that's represented in our budget account, but it's a match that takes place in a different budget account, and it's done through our business enterprise program. So it's budget account 3253. So some of the activities of that program also can be used as a match. We also would work with that program to see if there's additional projects they could implement that would help us find that additional match. So for us, seeking general fund is always the last resort option.
Assemblywoman Brown-May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Administrator. It's great to see you.
Thank you.
I just have really a question about pre-employment transition services. You noted that it's for students age 14 to 22, and that's 15% of the reserve budget we have to allocate for those students. So I'm curious to know, why is this not funded out of Department of Education, right? RSA federally funds pre-employment transition supports or directs us there. Why does this come out of DETR as opposed to Department of Ed? Do you know?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Brown-May. This is Charles Nellis for the record. On a federal level, the Rehabilitation Services Administration, which is our federal oversight agency and essentially a body that provides us our grant, is situated within the Department of Education. On a state level, vocational rehabilitation is placed in a Department of Labor. So our grant does directly come to us from Department of Education. But here on the state level, as we are placed in Department, essentially DETR, which is State's Department of Labor or equivalent of that, we are then partnering with the Department of Education on many of the projects to implement pre-employment transition services. And also, we can provide additional details of that. But hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you. Just one follow-up. I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly. The match funds that come to the state of Nevada from the federal government are coming out of Department of Education and going into match dollars at Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation here in Nevada.
Charles Nellis for the record, that is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from members? Assemblywoman Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I was just thinking, because I'm like you, if I can find money elsewhere, we might as well use it. But one thing I was looking, and it just may not be appropriate, so I'm hoping you can explain it to me, is that one of our items today is money that DETR is offering to grant through the Career Enhancement Program. And as I understand it, is those funds could be used for vocational and increasing job skills and the like. And I have a rumor there's like a lot of, like millions of dollars in that account. And then on today's agenda, DETR was going to provide another division over $465,000 out of that. So could money be utilized from that account to serve as state matching dollars?
Thank you for that question. This is Jaws Nellis for the record. I wouldn't call myself an expert on some of the Employment Security Division's programs. However, what I can say is that we have started conversation with them about seeing what type of activities could those funds possibly be used, and if those would, if we can find some type of a crossover in services that we're able to provide, so that way we can use those funds also as a match. At this time, we weren't able to find that solution, but that is definitely also something that we will be looking at the following year and seeing if we can decrease the need for the general fund out of this account and trying to find that different source for those one-time expenses.
Thank you, and I know we have a few more questions, but I just have one question. You had stated that if this was not approved, then the programming would stop after May until the next fiscal year starts.
That is correct.
You wouldn't be able to continue programming, just have a wait list?
This is Strauss Nellis for the record. I wouldn't necessarily call it a wait list. Essentially, all of the services that we are providing, all of the cases that are open, all of the plans that have been in place and that our counselors have agreed to with the clients, all of those activities would stop. So we would not be able to schedule anything, any potential services, pay for any trainings, or provide any supports such as assistive technology or anything else to individual for that 2-month period until July 1st.
Okay, thank you for that answer.
Senator Neal?
Senator Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is tangentially related. I figured while we have you here, I might as well ask. Could you give us an update on the status of overpayment waivers as well as the status of the appeals backlog? Do you anticipate when that might be completed?
This is Strauss Nellis for the record. Senator Harris, I'm really not the expert when it comes to ESD situation. I'm definitely briefed at some of the joint meetings that we have, but I wouldn't see myself as competent in kind of answering that question. I will definitely reach out to Administrator of Employment Security Division and also Director Sewell on providing you with those answers.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up would be much appreciated.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Are there any questions in Carson City? I can't see the dais. All right, not seeing any there. Well, seeing that these dollars would have a match in bringing in programming for the individuals that are using it and getting the training and rehabilitation wouldn't have a stopgap in the services that you're providing to those members. With that, members, I would entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Dondera-Loop, a second from Assemblywoman Bacchus. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. That takes us to the next item on our agenda, and that is item G4-2. And that will be heard with item L84, the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, Division of Forestry. I see some heads at the table in Carson City, so as soon as you're ready, please go ahead and state your name for the record.
Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Casey, State Forester Fire Warden for the Nevada Division of Forestry, for the record. I am here today, as I am here often, asking for money from the IFC contingency account. The first request is item 4A1, is a request for an allocation of $114,156 to fund an increase in our maintenance, communications, and utility expenditures. Item request number 2 is an allocation for $6,404,612 to pay current and present, or past and present fire bills. And that is related to work program C65437, which is L84, which is a movement of authority into the categories with shortfalls in our emergency response account. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I believe we have a number of questions, and I am going to start with Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Casey. So in looking through these items, it seems like there was some funding that was put into a reserve, which was something that we had not contemplated during the last session. But under this item, it will be, that reserve will be eliminated. The other issue, I think, is the balancing forward of unused funding. When we were in session, we were contemplating returning any unused funding into the general fund. And it looks like this proposal includes balancing forward unused funding into subsequent fiscal years. So could you confirm that any remaining revenues will revert to the general fund at the end of each fiscal year as presented in the closing document that the Money Committees had when approving the transfer of revenues and expenditures to the Wildland Fire Protection Program budget to the fire suppression budget?
Thank you for the question, Assemblyman Watts. Casey, again, for the record, yes, and thank you for the opportunity to get clarification on the record. I did answer this question expediently to my LCB analyst, and then when it was read back to me yesterday, I realized I really didn't answer your question. So yes, the general fund would be reverted as it is almost every year. I think what we anticipated carrying forward was any county funds that would remain available, and that reserve category was created this first year because we actually brought with us more county funds in a reserve in 4235, 4194, budget account 4194, when it was closed last session. So very briefly, no general fund carried forward. Now, however, would I, if you let me? Yes, because what did happen with that reserve this year, it was just over 3.7 million. We always carry 1 million in reserve forward in this budget account, and that's because we do have positions, our incident billing unit, that are required to be paid for. And we do carry forward that reserve every year in order to make sure that we have money to pay them in the first quarter when we don't have either WFPP receipts or cash from the general fund. So the additional 2.7 million that was carried forward this year actually held us off until now to ask you for more IFC contingency funds for wildfire suppression.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. And again, I know that we did a lot of work last session to reorganize some of the accounts for this, and it's a constant work in progress to figure out how we can streamline some of these things and also, attempt to limit the impacts that this has on the contingency fund while understanding that, the expenditures and the reimbursement timelines always lead to kind of a little bit of a roller coaster. But I look forward to continuing to evaluate how some of these recent changes are doing and how we can continue to improve some of our budgeting to limit some of the back and forth that we see in the interim. I guess just as a follow-up, is there any information that you can provide right now on what things look like in terms of potential or forthcoming reimbursements to the state?
Thank you for the question. Again, for the record, Casey. Potential reimbursements, we do have a lot of them going out. I believe we're somewhere in the realm of about 8 million in bills. being pushed through, but I don't anticipate those coming in this fiscal year. Some of them may, some of them pay quickly, many of them don't. So, that's always the hardest part in this budget account is we do push bills all the time out to be paid, and it's just whenever they have the ability to pay. Some of them are quick, like I said, if it's an out-of-state, off-district assignment and it isn't tied up in a cost share fire, those are pretty simple. We get paid pretty quickly. And just for the record, I would like to say appreciation for all of you for what you did do in the change last year. And we also appreciate the support in how we actually fully fund this account, so I'm not always sitting before you with requests for more money.
Members, any other questions? Is there anyone in Carson City with any follow-up questions? Assemblywoman Backus?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My question is, what would be the consequences if some of these bills were not paid immediately, and if we had to wait? I know you said you were paying some of the other bills immediately, or we get reimbursed immediately, but if there were some maybe that we were waiting for reimbursement, so I'm kind of just trying to figure out if we could kind of sit on some of these.
Thank you for the question. Again, for the record, Casey. We do sit on a lot of these. That's part of what caused our deficit this year is we pushed some bills forward from last year, quite a few. We push them forward almost every year. We try to pay local cooperators and vendors first because they are the entities that are least able to carry that debt forward. And then it's state agencies and federal agencies. All of that is tied into us being able to be reimbursed, which causes a delay in our reimbursement. We have to pay it first to get reimbursed. So the consequences are already happening, I think. You're probably getting a lot of calls from your local fire districts and constituents because we did send out a notice that we don't have any money in the account and we can't pay them until we get the money in. So, we do push bills forward. We are in a constant shuffle on the bill side to try to make sure that we're pushing the right bills forward and paying the right people. That's one of the consequences in this account of not having the funding, though, is these fire districts are sitting on a large amount of debt that we owe them, and they really just can't carry that debt forward.
Madam Chair, may I have a follow-up? I'm just trying to understand this because if we're pushing some bills forward from the last fiscal year, we were in session in 2023 when we were looking at doing a budget. Do these outstanding bills just not get included anywhere and we just kind of put those on the side? I'm just kind of curious why we didn't address that during session.
Thank you for the question. Again, for the record, Casey. It's just a constant shuffle. We push them forward because there isn't necessarily enough money. We always come forth with the best guesstimate that we have using a 5-year average of expenditures and actual bills on hand. At times, we're told there's not enough money, either in the emergency supplemental or the IFC contingency, and we just put in what we can and push everything else forward. So we do have very good estimates of costs and expenditures. It's just a matter of having the funding in the account when the bills come in to be able to pay those so we can get reimbursed timely. So we did put that into the supplemental. The supplemental last session came in very late, if I remember correctly, and don't quote me on this, but I think it came in May, which didn't give us much time to get all the bills paid before we closed. And we always try to make sure that we aren't having any issues in closing. So I believe that's why those got pushed forward.
You may have answered, and I just want to clarify this if I understood it correctly, that part of this is we need to pay our bills in order to get reimbursed. And the reimbursement from whether it's the federal or other states or other jurisdictions to reimburse us for the work you all did we have to pay our bills to get reimbursed is like a prerequisite.
Yes, thank you for the question. Again, for the record, Casey, that's correct. This is a fully reimbursable program. Everything's paid up front and then gets reimbursed.
Madam Chair.
Senator Titus, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to ask a question. I appreciate you folks being here. Having sat in on many hearings with the Nevada Division of Forest Fire, and always looking at monies that you need to pay bills. And just to be clear, this is money already spent and obligated that we now owe, correct?
Thank you for the question, Senator Titus. Again, for the record, Casey, yes, most of this is bills that we owe. Of the $6 million before you today, there will be costs incurred in fires that are happening today. We had one just 2 days ago in the state, and it was a state fire, so we owned all the cost on that as well. So there are some projections in there based on the average of what we spend in those months as well.
Right, and that's what I want to go focus on. You mentioned that you kind of formulate your budget at a 5-year average, because we know we have wet years, we have dry years, we have fire years, we don't have fire years. This last year, however, was probably a very low fire year. Although we thought we might have a high fire year because of the amount of growth that we have from the water, it just didn't happen, and knock on wood, that pattern continues. So where are we, if you figure out a 5-year average, and that's what you based your budget on, or this billing, it seems like we're always off some. If it's a 5-year average, how come you don't have a better reserve than we would, say, in a high fire year where we had no prediction on how much fire? So I'm a little bit concerned that you're using a 5-year average, but somehow or other, you always need more money.
Thank you for the question. Again, for the record, Casey, yes, this is very complicated. We could spend an entire afternoon in my emergency suppression account. So the authority is based on a 5-year average. Our average 5-year expenditures is $17 million. But what is excluded from that is the 5-year average of what I get reimbursed. So that causes me to be in a cash deficit immediately out the gate. So I think right now it's about $2.5 million in general fund and about $2 million in Wildland Fire Protection Program county funds that come into this account for a total of $4.5 million to start my fiscal year with. And just to put a little clarifier on that, WFPP partners pay quarterly. So I actually don't have that in right at the beginning, and that's what causes the deficit.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question.
Thank you so much. So I just want to make sure that I understand it. So you have 1.5 million that you're requesting for reserve reductions to help with the current bills. And you're asking for an additional 6.4 million in allocation from the IFC contingency account. Want to make sure, is that just for current outstanding bills that we owe, or is that bills and projected bills?
Thank you for the record, or thank you for the question. And again, for the record, Casey, it is, we have more than that in bills. This was the bills we had on hand at the time of the work program submittal. I believe we have about 1 million more that have come in. But this, at the time it was built, it was bills and projections. By the time we get the funding, it will likely be bills and then whatever's coming. And so this is the constant shuffle that we're in without having the upfront cash in the account, is we just shuffle things. So we say, we give you a spreadsheet, we say we're going to pay all these particular bills, and then we push some of those bills to the next year because an emergency happens, a fire happens within the state, and we respond, and I have to pay for those immediately. So we push some other things forward.
And I think my last question, I know that when we fight fires, we fight those fires sometimes depending on where the fire is along lines. If it's on federal land, we fight those fires with the federal government. And then if it's close to California, we fight with California and vice versa. And we owe them money and they owe us money. And you may have said it, and if you did, I missed it. Please forgive me. Do we know how much money is out there owed to us and how long that's been?
Thank you for the question. Again, for the record, Casey. My best estimate at the last time I looked at our spreadsheet, it was just above $8 million that we were owed. And it was a conglomeration of many things: BLM, Forest Service, BIA, State of California, State of Wisconsin, all over the place as far as payments coming back in. Most of those, many of those were from this year. Some were carried forward from last year. And then as far as expecting payment, I'm not sure once the bills finally reach them. The Forest Service, like I said, state agencies are pretty quick to pay as long as they're not in the same bucket I'm in of pushing forward, which many of them are. So, however, the federal government is a little bit slower. They have one center for all of the bills for the entire nation in Albuquerque. So every bill for every fire and all other emergencies actually goes through their payment center in Albuquerque, which puts us in a queue nationally for payments. So theirs often is much slower. I hope that answered your question.
It did. Thank you so much. Senator Gokachia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you hit pretty close to where are we positive or not? You know, are we gaining ground? The only other question I had to add, are any of these bills beyond a year old? I mean, how dated? I know we're carrying some stuff on the books that might be well beyond. If you were in the private sector, you'd probably be deemed uncollectible. How many of that 8 million are there?
Thank you for the question, Senator. And again, for the record, Casey, I couldn't tell you right off the top of my head, but I could give you that information. It might have already been in the backup provided in the work program. However, I don't think many of them are over a year old. Some were as we pushed them forward from last year, but the bulk of them are coming from this year and some from previous years.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And more of a comment. Again, we're dealing with fire, and I'm really nervous about where we're headed this year. We didn't get the kind of, out in central Nevada, the kind of snow load that would actually mash that forage down. So I think we're going to be in trouble going forward. Just a comment. Thank you.
Senator Dondero Loop?
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here today. Can you give us an idea if for some reason we could not okay all of this? What do you have a prioritized list or some way to know what you would need to do first?
Thank you for the question. And again, for the record, Casey, we have a semi-prioritized list. It's very rudimentary. It is the very first things we pay are contractors. So when a fire happens in the state and it starts on state or private land, we own the emergency contract costs for everybody, the showers, the kitchens, the ICP, the incident command post, I speak in tongue, that might be held at a school. All of those contracts I owe for. So those are first. The second is local government. So all of the fire protection districts in state. Third is out of state and state agencies and in and out of state. Fourth is our federal government. So we're in a constant shuffle. It also matters which ones of the bills that are sitting before us are finally adjudicated. We do have, these bills come with massive amounts of backup, showing us the personnel costs and all of the equipment costs. And so we're actually trying to get through those as quickly as possible. We do try to pay them quickly, so we're looking at anything over 90 days. So we have quite a few little matrices that we're trying to put together in payment. but also sometimes it's just whatever bill fits into whatever amount of money we have left in that moment. So we might take someone out of that priority matrix because it fits the number that we have available today. We very much appreciate the override ability on this. It's allowed us to pay up to the authority we have. So we do run this account into the negative on cash.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other questions or comments, I will entertain a motion. Speaker Yeager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Always an education, especially when we're talking about this topic. I would like to make a motion that I hope is appropriate, so I'll make it, and staff can tell me whether it's appropriate or not. But what I'm hearing is, the state needs this money to pay our bills, and when we pay our bills, then people who owe us money will pay their bills. So essentially, this is outlaying money to get money back. So I would like to ask that we approve both the reserve reduction and the contingency fund request, but that as dollars come back in from bills that are owed to us, that those two accounts are replenished, because essentially this is, it's not exactly a loan, but it's fronting the money to make sure that we get money back, and I'm comfortable doing that. But as the money comes back in, I think that needs to go back to the contingency account to make sure that we can keep the contingency account whole so that we're not stuck in a situation where we have too low of a balance. So if that motion is proper, that's the motion I would like to make.
I believe that your motion is proper. Can I get a second on the motion? I have a motion from Assemblyman Yeager, a second from Senator Canizero. Any discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair.
Not seen in, yes.
Senator Goycochea, thank you. I'm just concerned if we do this, are we going to dig a hole down the road? I mean, if we do get into a bad fire year and we're saying, okay, you're going to collect the money, but we're going to turn it back to IFC. Someplace about August or September, you're going to need a boatload of money if we have a bad fire year. Just want to make sure everybody understands that.
I think if the money is in the IFC contingency account, they can always come back to us again. But that money would be there for the next emergency, which is what the contingency account is meant for emergencies.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure and put that on the record. We could be creating that scenario. Thank you.
No, we don't want to. Yes. Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And then members, that vote was on item G42. Item G41 was the request for the allocation for the increase in maintenance of the communications and utilities expenditures, and I would also accept a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Our next item will be item G4B, the Division of Water Resource, which is a request for an allocation of $250,000 to restore funds in the account for the channel clearance, maintenance, restoration, surveying, and monumental programs. I see you approaching the table. You can start as soon as you are ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Kelly McGowan, Deputy Administrator for the Division of Water Resources, and I'm here today. I appreciate you handling that mouthful for the title of this funding. Yeah, I'm here under the authority of 532.230, subsection 3, that states that once the fund for this channel clearance drops below $250,000, we're to request an allocation to replenish that fund. And in March of this year, 2024, that fund was withdrawn essentially down to nothing. And so I'm here before you today to ask, as in past years, to have that fund replenished. I don't think I need to remind anyone, last year was a very heavy precipitation year across Nevada. This year, for the most part, almost every part of Nevada has above level precipitation, above mean average precipitation. And so we anticipate high flows again throughout the summer months. And so we'd like to have this fund reestablished, knowing that in many cases, there are several things that need to occur in order for entities to use these funds. One being they have to find the matching funds in order to use these funds. And in most cases, they have to get the proper permitting, which can also take months before they can utilize these funds. And so we're here before you today to ask that those funds be replenished at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This one's pretty straightforward. Members, any questions or comments? Anyone in Carson City?
Madam Chair.
Senator Titus?
Thank
Yes,
you.
go ahead.
Thank you for coming forward and definitely recognize the need to replenish this fund, and just wondering if maybe we should in the future look at what we're really spending in this fund, and are we giving you enough to begin with? And so as we've heard this conversation on these interim committees, I would hope that we could perhaps have a discussion moving forward so that there's an adequate budget throughout. So I think there needs to be some conversation regarding that. Thank you. And that was more of a statement, obviously, than a question.
So a conversation for our next legislative session together. Definitely. Members, any other questions or comments? All right, not seeing any. With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Assemblywoman Bacchus, a second from Senator Dondero Loop. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item H on our, thank you for being here today. Item H on our agenda was withdrawn, and we have already heard item I. So that takes us to the next item on our agenda, which is item J. It's the American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds statement, and I invite Mr. Leiser to give an overview of the statement. And members, you should have a copy on your desk, and he will be followed by our GFO, Ms. Stevenson.
Thank you, Chairman Monroe Moreno, members of the IFC. For the record, Brody Leiser with the Fiscal Analysis Division of the Legislative Council Bureau. As the chair indicated, I will walk through agenda item J1, the Statement of American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund Obligations and Remaining Unobligated Balance. The table has been provided as a separate handout outside of the meeting packets. And again, as the chair mentioned, members should have a hard copy. It is also available on the committee's meeting webpage listed under meeting material, agenda item J1. At the top of page 1 is a high-level summary that displays expenditures for fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23. The amounts currently authorized, this is inclusive of the requests before the committee today, and the remaining unobligated balance. If all requests submitted for consideration today are approved, there would be approximately $15 million remaining unobligated. As a reminder, funds must be obligated by December 31st, 2024, and must be expended by December 31st, 2026. As with prior practice, any revisions or updates to existing rows on the table following the March IFC meeting are identified in red text in the notes column on the far right of the table. There were just a handful of updates relating to work programs that were processed and approved by the Governor's Finance Office that did not meet the thresholds requiring consideration by the Interim Finance Committee. As a reminder, the table generally lists program descriptions and amounts in chronological order based on the approval date. The items submitted for consideration by the committee today begin on page 23 of the table document. The Governor's Finance Office submitted 25 work programs under Agenda Item K, of which 2 were withdrawn. The remaining 23 work programs would facilitate the following: the reconciliation or alignment of authority for 4 previously approved projects and would not increase or decrease overall authority. There is 1 request to deobligate funding of $9.2 million due to projected savings from the Department of Agriculture for the Universal Free School Meal Program. And there are 7 new requests for funding that total $42 million. The items submitted for consideration today are listed on rows 255 through 267 on pages 23 and 24 of the table. And with that, Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks, and I'd be happy to address any questions from committee members.
Members, this is an informational item only. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Leiser? All right, not seeing any. I thank you so much for the presentation of the statement. And with that, I'll invite our GFO to the table. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Amy Stevenson, and I serve as the Director for the Governor's Finance Office. As Mr. Leiser indicated, the current unobligated balance is approximately $15 million. My spreadsheet actually coincides with his. The only thing that mine adds is it gives a year-to-date in column E as of April 1st, 2024. For this fiscal year, we have expended $286,213,519. So year to date from fiscal year 22 to now, it's $1,086,852,825, which is approximately 40% spent from the $2.7 billion allocation. Also, we did get updated guidance from the U.S. Treasury on March 29th, 2024. The United States Treasury updated their guidance and added Section 17 to their state local fiscal recovery funds FAQs. This contained 3 important clarifications. First, Treasury considers an interagency agreement to constitute an obligation for purposes of the SLFRF or state local fiscal recovery funds rule if the agreement satisfies certain conditions. 2, the Treasury considers a recipient to have incurred an obligation with respect to personnel costs for an employee through December 31st, 2026, to the extent the employee is serving in a position that was established and filled prior to December 31st, 2024. And they also clarify how recipients may cover cost increases associated with contracts or subawards entered by December 31st, 2024. So what does this mean? This updated U.S. Treasury provides greater flexibility in the obligation of funds. It's almost a complete 180 from the guidance that we got in November. So as of today, 91% of the allocated funds have been obligated under that federal obligation requirement for the ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. So to obligate the remaining, if they don't go into contract or sub-grant, we, meaning the governor's finance office, can go into a memorandum of understanding or an interagency agreement with the state departments, which would then obligate the funds under this new guidance. Also, the governor's finance office is reviewing the FTEs authorized with ARPA funds with state agencies to reevaluate possible deobligations. So where we thought we would have to deobligate those funds, we no longer have to because they will be covered under this new guidance.
Could you state that last thing again that you just said? I'm sorry. You said that they would be covered?
They would be covered where they weren't before, because as long as it's an established position and it was filled before December 31st, 2024 under this new guidance, we could cover that employee through December 31st, 2026.
Okay,
Was that helpful?
Yes.
Sorry. I am not feeling good today for some reason. All of a sudden, sorry. All advances have been processed as outlined in Section 12 of Senate Bill 504. And then I stand for any questions that you may have on our part.
Thank you so much. I know we have a few questions. Assemblywoman Bacchus?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I'm going to start right where you just left off, as I was intrigued because you went detailed in the amount of obligations, but the other hurdle we're up against is obviously the deadline of spending the funds by 12/31/26. And you had indicated, and I was kind of fixated on this too, Senate Bill 504, Section 12, where monies were going to be spent, like the first 50%, and you just kind of indicated that that has been happening. And so I just wanted confirmation. I know it was to be provided the 50% to the divisions as well as organizations. But when looking at the numbers from year to year, it doesn't seem like, I would imagine there would be a big jump for that. And so can you explain that a little further for us?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Assemblywoman Bacchus. So the amount on our report that says total amount spent is what the agencies reported they spent. It does not include the advance, so it's what they actually spent. So that 40% spent is what they've actually spent.
And you said that there was new guidance. Do you have a short one-pager or something that you could just send to us later? So I know U.S. Treasury makes a lot of changes, and just when we think we know it all, they change something. So could you send that over to us?
Yes, ma'am. I will send the one page. Yes, I feel like I've been doing work one way for 4 months, and now I'm back to square one. So I know how you feel.
Thank you so much for that. Assemblywoman Brown-May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Stevens. I just have one clarification. With this new guidance from the Treasury, does that change a state match for existing programs that have increased their usage throughout COVID to draw down additional federal dollars? I'll use the example of what we just went through with VR, right? VR has expanded its usage, right? The number of folks we're serving through the VOC rehab program has expanded substantially through COVID. They're not able to have the additional match dollars right now in the general fund budget, right? Could we utilize then existing ARPA dollars as the match fund to draw down additional federal dollars?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Assemblywoman Brown-May. I am not sure that's a really good question, but I can research it and get back to you. I am not sure about existing. This helps with obligation, but let me look into that. I am not sure.
You're welcome. Members, any other questions? Senator Canizero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I recognize that this is a lengthy meeting, and I hate to again be in the position of again making this comment, and I'm exceedingly frustrated. And I hope that the folks who are listening, who help you prepare this report, who have to get you information, Ms. Stevenson, are listening. We cannot continue to come into IFC and get a report that is multiple pages long of the tiniest print for us to read while we are sitting on this dais in order to ask questions. We have been asking to make sure that we get this updated information since session. We have had multiple instances where we have walked into this room and then this is handed to us as we sit down in these chairs. That is an impossible situation for us and for our staff to be able to make sure that we are all on the same page and that we understand where this money is going, and so that we can make appropriate decisions as we're sitting up here being asked to approve work programs from the governor's office to allocate ARPA dollars if we do not have this information. We cannot continue to ask for this information in a timely fashion and not have it before we sit down at this dais. I cannot be in this position again. I know we have had this conversation, and I apologize that I'm probably a little rough with my tone, but this is not the first time that we have had this exact same conversation about this exact same report. I expect that this will be the last time that I have to say this. The very last time that I have to say this. Otherwise, we will start marching agencies into this committee room to just give us this information ahead of time, and we can all sit here for hours and hours and do this. Either that, or they're going to give you the information ahead of time so we can have this report and take a look at it before we're sitting up here. This needs to be the last time that we walk into an IFC meeting and get this packet handed to us the morning of. And I know that a lot of that is not necessarily on you, Ms. Stevenson, so I don't mean to impart that. I know that you're obviously the person who's here with us today. We've had many of these conversations in that it is frustrating for you to also get some of this information. And so I certainly hope that the governor's office, in partnership on helping us to spend these dollars and make sure that we are not sending them back and that we have accurate information, is willing to put a little bit of his own muscle into this to make sure that his agencies are getting the right information so that we are not doing this again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, may I thank you through you to Senator Canizero. The agencies for this report actually did get me very timely information. I do have some vacancies in my own staff, so I personally had put this together. So that is why it is late. So I will take onus on that because the agencies have worked since the last time and getting me timely information and good information. So I just want to make sure I will take the brunt for this one to wholeheartedly, because they did do that.
Thank you for that. I'm hoping that with the work that we did during the last legislative session to address the compensation package that our state employees have, you'll be able to fill some of those positions in a quicker manner than we have in filling positions in the past, so that you'll have some help in that office. Members, any other questions or comments? Okay, not seeing any. I thank you so much, and I hope that you feel better soon. And again, members, item J is just an informational. It does not require a vote. We have List K, List L, and then M and N to get through before we get to O. We have 15 minutes before we break for lunch. I think if we were to go out of order and go to item O, that will be heard with L76. We could get that done, then break for lunch and come back and start at the top of our list K. So with that, I will invite the Department of Corrections to come to the table. Whenever you're ready, you can start.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Monroe Manrano and members of the Interim Finance Committee. My name is James Zurenda, D-Z-U-R-E-N-D-A. I'm the Director of the Nevada Department of Correction. Here with me today, I have on my left, to your right, I have Christina Shea, who is the Deputy Director for Sports Services. On my right, which is your left, I have Emily Testweed, who is our new Director of Programs, Deputy Director of Programs. We are here before you today to seek for approval for a request for an exemption to establish revenue authority to receive funds awarded under the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, which is also known as SCAP, grant and increase expenditure authority pursuant to Section 7(1)B of the Senate Bill 504 of the 82nd 2023 legislative session. Historically, the department has been awarded the SCAP grant award from the Bureau of Justice Assistance, the BJA, which must be used for correctional purposes and has offset the general fund to repay salary costs department-wide. However, due to the change in Section 7 language in the Authorizations Act, we are interested in using these funds, which we received favorable approval from BJA for the reallocation, for vitally and needed deferred maintenance, a new evidence-based offender program pilot program, and a new evidence-based peer support and well-being program for our officers. The vision of the Nevada Department of Corrections is to prepare offenders, a population for re-entry into our communities, reduce victimization, and additionally have a positive and supportive workplace for both the officers and offenders and actually all staff members. Programming is vital in our department and is an area that needs focus not only during this current year but also in the future biennium to bring more evidence-based programs into the department and increased access for all offender programs as well. Currently, we are providing less than 10% of our population with evidence-based programs, and with your support, we would love to make this change a reality. The action items request for reallocations. The first one is $1.5 million for deferred maintenance to help support our department-wide backlog that is in dire need, maintenance needs. Our extraordinary maintenance funds have been exhausted for the year, and we are seeing more and more system failures in our aging facilities. Number two, $3.325 million for the new evidence-based pilot program to provide external programming to Lovelock Correctional Center, Northern Nevada Correctional Center, and Ely State Prison, as well as an evaluation and research project. Number three, $675,000 for streamlining rehabilitation with data analytics and case management software. And lastly, $456,000 for new evidence-based peer support and well-being for the correctional officers. With that, I'm going to pass this over to Deputy Director Shea. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Deputy Director Shea, Nevada Department of Corrections. So the Nevada Department of Corrections has roughly 2,763 authorized full-time equivalent positions department-wide, with correctional officers making up 67% of our total authorized FTE. One of the biggest challenges due to that we've faced coming through the 82nd legislative session is our recruitment of correctional officers. At that time, we were sitting at 39% vacancy. However, through your support and the governor's office support, we are making significant strides in our correctional officer recruitment and retention, including 2 grade increases, collective bargaining agreements, innovative marketing strategies, and process improvements department-wide. And I'm happy to be before you to say that we're at a 26% vacancy today. We anticipate hiring an additional 200 to 300 officers by June, and the future is very bright for us. However, now we're dealing with wanting to shift our focus over to retention issues, addressing correctional officer burnout, dealing with correctional officer well-being, supervisor and leader development gaps, and additionally just overall job-related impacts of correctional officer well-being. So the peer support program and well-being program will be the first of its kind, providing research-informed and evidence-based lens for developing a curriculum through well-being science that can positively impact correctional officers' well-being as our colleagues colleagues have mentioned during public testimony today, we've experienced suicides and significant decreases in officer well-being, which has impacts on our community and also our organization. And we're really looking to the evidence base to bring well-being, have more productivity, more satisfaction, more commitment, and have our officers remain in their jobs long-term. So the Nevada Department of Corrections leadership is looking to shift the organizational culture of the institutions with the vision of providing a humane and caring place for those we serve, and additionally, a positive work environment for all of our staff. So in summary, the well-being program and the peer support program will provide a peer support program authorized under the International Critical Incidents Stress Foundation. It's called ICISF. It's a model that we're going to be using based on Massachusetts, which has been doing this work for over 20 years. It's going to be 120 participants. Additionally, we're going to establish a department-wide peer-led crisis response team. We're going to develop an evidence-based well-being program for correctional officers with a third-party evaluation and research deliverable, which includes curriculum, findings, interventions, and well-being measures. Additionally, it's going to include a well-being app and a website provided for correctional officers, which will provide evidence-based psychoeducational programming, reach out information where they can click the app, and if they're in need, the peer support group will respond. A peer support conference response team, additionally train the trainer model for the 120 participants, and our hope is that this resource can also be available to family and friends of correctional officers in our community. So with that, we ask for your support to lead the way in correctional officer well-being, to be a model for other states and public safety agencies. And now I will pass the presentation off to Deputy Director Emily.
Good afternoon. This is Deputy Director Testweed for the record. I came to Nevada 4 months ago from working in the jail systems in New York and also reentry and behavioral health programming in Maine. I am passionate about creating positive change and providing our offender population with the programming that they need. For the last 3 months, I've been performing discovery in our system, visiting our prisons, and connecting with our staff and offender population. The main ask is regarding programming and providing them with the tools they need to return safely to our communities. The Department of Corrections is interested in increasing access to programs for all offenders, as we have much to do in this area. And we want to innovate new partnerships and strategies to achieve large-scale impacts. The $3.325 million for a new evidence-based pilot program to provide external programming to Lovelock and NCC and/or Ely will help us bring a new model that has been successful in other states by partnering with service providers that can deliver more impact and positive outcomes to the population. $675,000 for streamlining rehabilitation with data analytics and case management software will help with the implementation of case planning related to AB 413, which has become a much larger challenge for the department compared to what we knew during the 82nd legislative session. The research shows that when offenders are offered individualized and personalized case planning and programming that is tied to risks and needs, it's much more successful than other treatment plans. We want to move our system forward, offer more offenders access to programs, and provide more evidence-based programming to our population. We are available to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you so much. I know we have a few questions for you. We're going to start with Senator Dondero Loop.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here today. When you were running by those numbers, I just needed clarification. I believe it was Director Zorinda, you said something about 365,000. Did I get that number right?
No, just James Renda for the record. So if you're talking about the data analytics and the case management, it was 675,000. If that's the one you're.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Would you just?
I could read them again.
Yes, please.
Sure. James Arenda for the record. So there were 4 asks in this reallocations. The first one is $1.5 million for deferred maintenance to help support our department-wide backlog and maintenance needs. Our extraordinary maintenance funds were exhausted for this year, and we are seeing more and more system failures because of our aging facilities. The number 2 was the $325 million for a new evidence-based pilot program to provide external programming for Lovelock Correctional Center, Northern Nevada Correctional Center, and Ely State Prison, as well as evaluation and research aspect to this. The third one was the $675,000 for streamlining rehabilitation and data analytics and case management software. And then the last one was $456,000 for new evidence-based peer support and well-being programs for the correction officers.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you. I have a question. With the three correctional facilities that are listed, why was the women's facility not included?
James Renda for the record. So there was a question that was asked during the legislative session by Speaker Yeager about the programming money that we were lack of asking for in our budget. And when you look at, when I came into the agency, I wasn't part of the budget build, and I am on this one, so that's why it's going to be a lot different. And in that first budget build, that was my budget request from last year, the one that we're in now. The programming piece was left out. And the last agency's administration really removed the aspects of reentry and programs altogether, which on my end, I see that as a significant impact in public safety and officer safety that's in the facility, because I know the impacts that makes while they're incarcerated, but also when they get back into the community. And at the time of that question, I knew in my mind that I had a lot of community resources and community groups that were coming to me at the same time saying that they have the resources to come in to do all this. And when I allowed all that to happen, it was those that were coming in were ex-offenders that can do certain programs. It was groups and organizations like Hope for Prisoners. I had Workforce Connections knocking at my door. They had all these resources that I did not need to ask for the money through the general fund. So when I teamed up with them, they already started. Hope for Prisoners got a vocational village built in Southern Desert Correctional Center, as well as a commercial driver's license training school and training. They call it a training pad. That they do, and 2 tractor trailers that were donated for the purpose of this. As well as all the equipment, trainers, programmers, and 20 different programs that are going to be offered at the Casa Grande and at the Southern Desert Correctional Center for all levels of those that are down in the southern part of the state. What was in it also, was also the Florence McClure Correctional Center. The vocational piece is not included in the Florence McClure, but the actual programming piece is, is the substance use, wraparound services, the workforce connections piece. It did not start yet, but that is the next piece of it, because they just finally finished, as of last week, the vocational village before they can move to Florence McClure. That is all going to be part of this. Where it was left out in the community and groups that were being offered was the northern part of the state. And at the time of that question that was asked me in the legislation, I was under the assumption the whole state would have been covered from these organizations. When I found out that it was more difficult for any organizations to help in Lovelock, Ely, and Northern Nevada CC in Carson City, that's when I needed to come from other avenues, which is this, to try to increase those services statewide. And there are organizations in the country we've already researched that can provide those services, that can provide the staffing for it, the programs for it, the reentry services for it, that will not have to come from us as an agency, because we're having a difficult time for those counseling staff and program staff in those rural areas. They will provide that with these funds. That's why I was looking at providing for, at least for the first year, to see what they can actually offer, how big. We would have to put this out for RFP, but we would have to see what organizations out there can actually do this in those agencies or facilities that we cannot provide. But Florence McClure is going to be covered under the South, not part of this, but is going to be part of those resources that we're getting from the community services. South, in the South, which are a lot easier for me than in the rurals in the North right now. Hopefully that helps.
That does help, and once you get those online, I'd like for you to bring that back so we'll know exactly what's going into the women's facility. Another question, for the pilot program, if this is approved today, that money would come from the grant, but how do you plan to fund that program if you find that it is successful, it is working? Where are you going to get the funding to continue that program in the future?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Christina Shea for the record. Our goal is to partner with BJA, find grant funding sources, looking into partnerships with grant funds that are available.
So you won't be coming before the legislative body and asking for more money or adding that to your budget next legislative session?
Christina Shea for the record. I think one of our goals is to look at the nature of the program budget as it sits right now, because as Director has mentioned, we're having a difficult time hiring the employees into these positions and really thinking about what is the best use of general fund and why. Does it make sense for us to use external service providers and, think about, reallocating and restructuring the way the employees and the employee FTE count is. So if anything, it would be that type of reallocation, not necessarily an increase to general fund appropriations.
Thank you for that. And then for those officers that were here in Carson City, or in Carson City and here in Las Vegas, and those that joined online, and for their families that spoke during public comment, thank you for those comments. And first of all, thank you for the job that you do. When you say you don't understand, some of us do understand what you go through when you put that uniform on every day. So if no one else has told you thank you for your service to this state and our communities, I think I speak for most, if not everyone on this committee, that we truly do appreciate the work that you do. Members, any other questions? We'll go to Senator Neal first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a question on the $3.3 million that's going to be a part of the pilot for the substance abuse disorder and the cognitive behavioral programming. I heard you say that I guess you're trying to identify contractors. Do you have an idea? And what I didn't hear was I don't see anywhere in the backup what are your potential metrics to measure the effectiveness.
Thank you for that question, and James Renda for the record. So we do. I already know, I belong to this organization called Correctional Leaders Association in the United States, and all of the directors for every state agency for all the prisons around the United States meets every 6 months. One of the hot topics of this is just this, on these programs, these companies that can actually come in to do the behavioral health, who does them. There are a lot of companies and organizations outside of Nevada and around the United States that already do this and show the success of this and have evidence-based to be able to prove that they can do this here. That's why in an RFP that would go out, the actual performance measures would be built into the contract to be able to say that if we do accept you or take you as the awardee of the RFP, you would have to provide that data and the proof to be able to show us that this was something that was well worthy of what we're paying for. But that data would be provided in the actual contract.
Madam Chair, is that something that as we go forward, we can have the RFP as something in the future that we'll be able to evaluate in the 25 session if this pops up again to see the metrics?
Yes. Senator Stone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Zarenda, it's nice to see you again. I was a little alarmed by some of the officers that were talking about some of the statistics. The one that really caught my eye was a 59-year-old average life expectancy. If that doesn't say, the kind of stress and danger, if you will, that our correctional officers and public safety officers, for that matter, face every day, this was rather illuminating. When you look at the depression, the higher suicide rate, I'm sure there's interfamilial problems because of work issues that are taken home. I'm very much in support of what we can do to help the officers cope with some of the anxieties and stresses and problems that they have in the work environment. And if I understand this right, the program that you're advocating for is $456,000. And is that for not only the remainder of this fiscal year, but for the next fiscal year? Is that where the funding is going to be spread up, basically about a year, right? Okay, so if you amortize that, and based on your assistant's statistics about the number of people that you have, 2,063 slots and about 70%, I think you said, might be filled. So we have about 1,400 correctional officers, and thank you all for your service. We appreciate it. That works out to be about $325 a year for each officer. And my heavens, if that saves one life, that's worth the investment as far as I'm concerned. But I'd like to know about this program that is going to be evidence-based. How is that marketed to you? Why did you pick this particular program? And will we get some reports about the efficacy, if you will, of the program?
Christina Shea, for the record, I appreciate the question. So what the research shows for correctional officers and law enforcement in general is that most of the programs don't work. So what we're doing is we're using a well-being science-based lens to craft a program that's based on well-being research, primarily that's coming out of the University of Pennsylvania and other organizations and programs that have 2 decades worth of research, not only this population, but in the military with resilience programs and other things like that. So the goal is to craft something and also use appreciative inquiry lens to understand from the correctional officer's perspective what they need and why, versus us kind of taking a program and so here's the program you're going to use to increase your well-being. The question is, what can we do to help increase your well-being, and try to build the app so that there's resources so that they can understand what they need and learn the tools and all that. So that's the idea. One of the promising things in the research, as our colleagues have said, is really about these peer support networks. And although there's not an extensive amount of research, it seems to be promising in the future.
Thank you. And just one final comment, if I may. Thank you for that. And I agree with you. I've studied some of these plans, and I see that most of them are not efficacious. And would it be nice if Nevada came up with a plan that could be modeled by the rest of the country? But one other area that is obviously becoming very predominant in our thought processes and even in legislation is artificial intelligence. And I don't know if you had a chance to watch a 60-minute special about a week ago, but they're getting into the psychiatric field, and it's getting very sophisticated. And you mentioned that they're going to have an app, right? The correction officers. I hope that you'll keep an open mind to AI advancements that will allow for even more comprehensive therapy, maybe not at the highest levels, but maybe at a level that can save a life or extend a life, because I think you're going to see some very significant modern advances in psychiatric medicine in the AI field as we move along into this technology.
Yes, Christina Shea, for the record, I was at an academic conference, and some of my colleagues were presenting about that very thing, about using AI for coaching and different apps for well-being, and all across the world. So very much interested in that aspect.
Members, any other questions or comments? Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go a little off script, if I may, Ms. Shea. I got to compliment all of you. If I understand, we went from a 38 vacancy down to, I think you said 24, 25. But the question I've got, and I did 40 years in law enforcement, the hardest 3 years I had was when I was assigned to prison crimes back in the 80s at DOC. So I have great sympathy. It's a job I did not enjoy, and I could never really be a correctional officer. I will admit that right up front. But the question I've got is, if I understand, you said we're going to hire 200 to 300 more officers between now and June? Where are you getting them? Because we can't get them for our state police department like that. Maybe you should go over and talk to Director Tagliati. But seriously, what is your secret to attaining those kind of numbers?
So, James Arenda, for the record, first of all, I met with Director Tagliati yesterday. And they're gonna start doing the exact same thing in the same marketer and recruiter that we're using. What we did different this time than they've ever done in the past for the department, when I came in, the first thing I wanted to do was where is our lacking of correction officer recruiting coming from, and why aren't these numbers coming up? Is it really because nobody's looking for the job, or is it something that we're doing internally? What I found out is that our human resources department was too slow. The processing, the onboarding, the recruiting wasn't getting out there. The correction officers were not involved in it. All this started sparking interest to say that we're probably our own worst enemy, and that when you're someone that's putting in for law enforcement, they basically shotgun out to multiple agencies, corrections, whether it's jails, whether it's law enforcement, it could be police, it could be state police, and they usually latch on to the very first one that reaches out to them. So I knew corrections weren't doing that well at all. So we got this company that we're learning from. They're educating us all the time. It's called All-Star Recruiting. They do all of our marketing and research out in California and our surrounding states, especially for companies in areas where they're going out of business, and that they know there's a lot of exodus of those that are leaving those areas to move somewhere else and come into Nevada. They target them, and they target that those that are interested probably want to know more about it before they put in for it. So what we do is we now utilize the correctional staff and the correctional officers from each of the facilities and get them involved. The agency in the past never used the facility staff. I think it's more important that the correction officers speak and get out to them immediately. So we have assigned staff at every single facility, correction officers, that their job is basically calling those individuals, putting in for the positions, explaining what it is, but jumping on it quickly so that we can actually get the applications, the need, and really process them almost immediately. Within a day or two of talking to them, we already have the application, the process started, the backgrounds that the company is doing, not us, and getting all that done. So literally within that month, they're hired. And before, when I got here first, it was literally about 6 months before we can get one individual. So that played a huge process, and it's what a great position it is to be able to have the correction officers at first hand reach out to these candidates and give them exactly what they want to hear, what they want to look for, and how great it would be to have them on board and what they can do and offer. That whole process really sped everything up to the point where we have virtual recruitment right now. In virtual recruitment, we usually have about 6,000 people apply for our virtual recruitment. We have about 5,000 applications for a correction officer that are in the hopper that we actually start jumping on. With that, we usually only get about 1 out of 10 is usually about who ends up passing the backgrounds, the testing and all that. But when you're talking about 5,000, that's an easy 500 for us. Currently today, we have a graduation tomorrow up north of 48, up in Carson City, 48 correction officers. We have 50 in the class right now down in the south in Las Vegas. We have 8 out in Ely. And we have that whole backup right away so that after the class stops tomorrow, next week we're starting 50 more up in Carson City. And as soon as the May 16th graduation happens in the south, that Monday after, we have another 50 starting. So this is a constant thing that I know we're moving almost too fast right now, that we're looking at starting night and day academies so that we can actually hire more. The 200 that was mentioned, hopefully the next round will be over 400. And we're going to have these filled. We're going to have these, we want to have, our goal is to have 8% vacancy statewide, and to relook at opening the Warm Springs Correctional Center again, because we'll have the staffing, which is going to be of need, because our JFA, which is the company that we hire for our projections, is already projecting our increase in our prison population. And since I started, we have over 250 more in the increase in our population, and we're running out of room. But with having those correction officers on board and having the staff, I don't see it's going to be a problem.
I'm impressed. And may I follow up, Chair?
Go ahead.
And if it's a security issue, you don't have to answer it publicly, but out of our various locations, where is your highest vacancy rate, and are you having, do you have any idea why you're having such trouble in filling that location?
Yeah, James Arena for the record. It still is Ely. Ely is our highest, and when I first testified in legislation, it was at 52% vacancy. I think we're at 46 right now. Still is high, but what I've done with the Ely Correctional Center State Prison is that they're at half capacity. So that 46% really is not devastating because we have half the amount of offenders up there. I have half the units closed up there. That's where our goal is of trying to get recruitment up there, but it's not even getting those individuals. It's very difficult for getting housing up there. I'm doing some national recruiting for a warden's position up there. We have the warden up there is retiring. And I have a lot of applicants that are interested. Just the problem is the housing. They can't find any place to actually rent. There's no rents. Purchasing, there are some, but it's a lot of these people coming into the state are afraid that with having that little small of a population up there, can they sell if they really had to move? So it's getting difficult for the recruiting process up there. And like I said, we have 8 in the academy right now. That number, that's actually high. It was higher than I expected. So it's good, but it's not great. But it is our problem is really the housing that's up in the Ely area.
I appreciate that, and I know Ely is our max, and my only concern is if it's only at half capacity, where those other inmates are who are those serious offenders being put, and making sure that our officers and inmates are being protected from some of those individuals. That's just my concern, but I've got to congratulate you on your efforts. I'm impressed, and the only other thing is please be careful. I was with a major agency, law enforcement agency back east that was on a major hiring recruitment effort, and we unfortunately hired some people that were past background but were questionable with their ethics, and it caused some problems, to put it mildly. So I do want to congratulate you. I just want to throw that one warning out. And thank you very much, and thank you for our officers, their dedication. I greatly appreciate it.
Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Last session in the 82nd, there was a bill, SB 225, that was put forward and passed that required some attestations from candidates. And just want to make sure that your recruiting agency is complying with the attestations so that we have folks who, as Assemblyman O'Neill mentioned, are being properly vetted.
So thank you. James Arenda for the record. Just wanted to let that was one of the bills that we did share with All-Star. And we do have ways of going back to really kind of analyze what they're doing or audit what they're doing. And that's why we like to have our correction officers involved in it as well, because they, even outside of the 56-page psychological that they have to complete, the officers are picking up a lot as well, that are not, it's more of a gut feelings that they bring up, and they actually bring to our attention when they have individuals that they believe may not be fit for the job based on questions or that they've been actually asking. So even having the correction officers involved in the process, it brings up those things that I know Senator O'Neill and yourself, or Assemblywoman O'Neill and yourself brought up as well. And those are concerns of ours as well, but that bill was brought up with them, and they are aware of all that.
Thank you, members. Any other questions or comments? Well, it was encouraging to hear that some people really care about our state workers, especially our corrections officers. I hope that you feel that same way when some bills come across your desk next legislative session. Just remember this, because I will remind you of it. For those of you that are guests today that haven't been on IFC or Ways or Senate Finance, during the last legislative session, there was a a change made to Section 7 of our authorization bill that would allow departments and agencies who get a grant to come before this body to ask for an exemption. In previous years, this is a formula grant that the Department of Corrections would get once, and the state normally fronts the money. When they get the grant, they give us the money back. With the changes to Section 7, that's what you're seeing today. They can come before us and ask for an exemption. And with the spirit of the maker who made the change to that section in the bill, feel it's definitely reasonable for parts of your requests because they're in the spirit of what the grant was. So it wasn't meant to be a slush fund in any way, shape, form, or fashion, the changes to Section 7. In hearing the testimony from members of the DOC, their family members, and personal experiences that I know of, I truly believe that the peer support programming is vitally necessary, not just for your staff, but for the inmates that they work with to make sure they have a healthy employees working with them. But also, the pilot program is very interesting because almost everyone that's in our jail facilities and our prison facilities are going to come back and be our neighbors in our communities, and we want much better humans coming out of those facilities than what went in, and helping them with their substance use disorder and behavioral health care issues. So I believe, after hearing all the testimony today, that those two items are definitely within the spirit of the exemption for Section 7. I do not, at this time, think the $1.5 million for the Casa Grande Transitional Housing Facility or the $675,000 for the special use category for the database case planning would be. So it would be, I would entertain a motion to approve the exception to Section 7 with an exception, to approve for the $456,292 for the peer support program and the $3.325 for the pilot program, which would leave, I believe if my math is correct, $2,175,000 left, and that would reserve and revert back, and you would have to do a work program and bring that work program back to revert that back to the general fund. I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And with that, I will move to, for a motion as you have stated.
Second.
Second.
Thank you so much. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And thank you so much. And we'll be seeing you in June with that next work program for the reversion and the information that, with the matrix for the pilot program. With that, we are going to take our lunch break, half hour. So be back here at 3 o'clock, so 35 minutes. Be back in your seats at 35. With that, we are at lunch.